Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to the final day of the €250 Dutch Classics main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Cards are in the air. Shuffle up and deal. Small blind is 60k. Big blind is 120k with 120k running big blind ante. That's 60, 120, 120. 24 players remaining now from a starting entry field size of 1,435. Current payout is €1,275. There's a face I recognise from the stream last year. Andreas Eller with ace jack offsuit, 25 bigs in the hijack. Average stack, basically 3 million now. Good afternoon, wherever you're tuning in from. YouTube, we've had a lot of new followers and viewers on there. The Action Army on Twitch, good afternoon. What's set to be an action-packed, super entertaining day. Fast-paced. This one, the Dutch Classics main event. First prize is going to be €46,200. And top four finishers in this one going to get a 10k ticket to the WSOP later on this year. That's the World Series of Poker Europe. Andreas coming in hot with the raise to 305. And Julio, I like that name. King Jack of Diamonds is going to call on the button. And Martin is going to go for it here from the big blind for the guts of 30 bigs. I quite like this jam considering the open has come from the hijack and the flat on the button. This shove is just going to be printing money. That's a really nice pick up there with the 4-bet rip, or sorry, just the squeeze to 3.2 million total. Perfect stack size to do that. Takes down a nice pot, first hand of the day. Don't notice too many names at this feature table. Got Master Chief Martin, who just took down that pot. Sidar. Purple Flame from Bulgaria. So we've two Dutchies. Two Czech Republic natives. Two Germans. And Julio from Spain. Purple Flame from Bulgaria. And that's about it. Yeah, I thought we had 9 players at the table. Of course, we have 3 tables of 8. Kelvin asked in the chat there, how much is the buy-in? The buy-in says it on the title there, €250. The Dutch Classics main event. What an opportunity it is for these players to play for over 50 grand, 50 G's, baby, including that 10K ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. I like that this guy has a Master Chief hat. I presume that's Halo related. One of my favorite games of all time. Used to love playing Halo when I was a youngster. Bird flying by to say hi. What's up, Bird? Presume you're on your perch at work. Yana under the gun with 8 bigs wants to be shoving this one with the Queen Jack of Diamonds. Aquizadus, which was one of the last names I seen in the chat last night. Said great job. Nice to have you back with us. Says what's good. Good afternoon, buddy. Pay jump has just been reached, folks. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,510 now. Yana is going to go for the shove. Eight for Purple Flame in the big blind, and you should be calling this one considering the jam is for about 8 bigs total. We have our first flip of the day, 2.2 million in the pot. Queen Jack of Diamonds against the 8, and it's an 8 high flop, 8, 6, 4, 1 diamond, 2 clubs. Turn seals the deal. Yana has been eliminated. We now lose a player, 22 players remaining. We lose another player, 21 remaining now. Means another pay jump is looming. Next payout will be €1,765. Queen 7 is the flop here, all diamonds. Andreas defending with Queen 10, outflopping the ace jack that opened from under the gun. Neither player with a diamond in sight. Angelo betting 150. Andreas calling. His pot over $1 million now as we see the 4 spades on the turn. And what a river card this is. Angelo checking back the turn. And Andreas will hate this. Whatever he commits here, he's going to lose. With 1 million in the pot, I expect to see him bet somewhere around 650, 550, something around that area. Even 500. Oh, half pot. Goes for 480, basically half pot. And he will be saying goodnight to those chips. And Angelo just calling, considering 3 diamonds on the flop. Angelo will win a nice pot, and Andreas now playing 14 bigs. Angelo very close to 40 big blinds. The difference a hand makes. Nothing the 2 pair can do there on the river. But a bet. Ilmatic makes a good point there. Jose says, good afternoon. Good afternoon, Jose. I presume you're Jose and not Josie. I have a friend called Josie, so I call you Josie, that's why. Ilmatic says, not sure why, but I find turning one card over at a time pretty annoying. Like, just flip them. You know what? I couldn't agree more. Just turn your goddamn hand over. Let's get this going. KM says, all right, lads, I won't say your first comment yet because I'm going to use that one for later. Of course, KM, you know, I've got to have that catchphrase in the back burner at least once every stream. And it was you last year that told me I was using it too frequently. So I did take that on board and I try to use all my catchphrases less frequently now. This isn't our first rodeo. But I am a creature of habit. Sometimes it's easier than others. I feel like I have some form of Tourette sometimes and can't stop saying the same goddamn thing every 2 minutes. Got to space it out over a 10-hour stream. Yeah, well, I like to think we have about 10 catchphrases now at this stage, KM. Considering in a couple of months' time it'll be approaching 2 years I've been doing this. Surely we've got a few impressions and a few anecdotes. Quirky anecdotes. 20 players remaining now. Purple Flame from the cutoff. A lot of the YouTube followers yesterday as well, KM, keep thinking I was talking to myself. I assured them I was talking to you. Purple Flame with the Kings of Kings. There's one of the catchphrases. Wow, Aces and Kings back to back. Not bad. You take them any time in a tournament, but last 3 tables, time to be picking up some penguins, some big pairs. Johnny says yo yo, or maybe he's saying yo yo to someone in the chat. Tines is saying hello to him. How are you getting on now, Johnny? How you doing? Not much action for the Aces and the Kings, which is usually the case. Andreas in the hijack, 12 bigs. You might just want to ram this one. There's still some value to be had in just using this in our min raising range. Whoa. I don't know what to say about that. Just way too tight of a fold. Golden opportunity to steal the blinds and antes there, whether he wanted to rip or not. Can't get behind that. Julio. 3-bet to 755. Angelo sliding to open the king 5 off, still getting 3-bet by Julio. Don't mind this from Julio. But honestly, when we've got a hand like sixes, you could just jam sub 30 bigs. Seems like a lot, guys, but these small pairs don't really want to be going post up, even if we are in position off a stack depth 30 big blinds or less. Angelo does eventually let it go. Apocalypse is in the house. What's up, buddy? I will have you know, I watched the highlights of the Royal Rumble. I did not get to see it live. I was busy watching Griselda on Netflix. Wow. There's some amazing acting in that. Brilliant series. Highly recommend it. But I did get to see top 10 moments of the Royal Rumble, seeing who won the men's and the women's event. Seemed to be a lot of woman power going on. I wouldn't like to be fighting any of them women anyway. I'll tell you who surprised me in the Royal Rumble. It was that Randy Orton. Jeez, he's some beast. He was around when I used to follow it, like 15 years ago or something. It seems about that long anyway. Still ripped a bit. Judo betting 255 here in position. Martin just defending pre with the king queen. I think this is also fine by Martin, but again, sub 30 bigs, you could just start ripping these ones. It just probably seems like too many blinds, but if you're going to pick it up successfully so often, why not? I know it gets awkward to 3-bet off that stack size. don't really want to be 3-bet folding a hand as strong as King Queen, but I think anything less than 30, you could just start ripping over a put-off open. I can get behind just calling in the small also, with 20 players remaining. It is a big risk to reward. All depends how often your opponent is raising from put-off. As long as we're V-pipping, it's fine. Angelo with 41 bigs, Martin with 36, Purple with 30, Julio with 29, Master Chief with 23, Andreas with 13, and Tidar, our only player at this featured table, playing under 10 bigs. Walker says it was 2002 when Randy Orton debuted. Jeez. Just came back from 18 months of steroids. Now, if he's injured, though, he looked juiced up, like, as is tradition with these wrestlers, of course. I don't blame them. Walker says the Jade, Cargill, Bianca Belair stare down, sold about 50,000 tickets. Yeah, I couldn't believe how many people were at that Royal Rumble. That was in an arena or a stadium or something, wasn't it? It looked massive. Who was the girl who won the Royal Rumble as well? She was good. Bordeaux suited. These are the shoves that you've got to make if you're suited in the small sub 10 bigs, because your opponent's not going to be calling correctly in the big blind, and it's a great opportunity to pick up the blinds and antes. I'm a bit nervous there from the small, though. But we'll let it go. And Dar is going to show the table how wide he is willing to jam. Don't try that one at home. Pocket nines back to back. Julio, 2:55 to go. Angelo is going to defend with 7-5 of clubs in the big. We have one more elimination occurring at an outer table, so 19 players remaining now. All players remaining guaranteed a minimum of €1,765. There's a puck that says Bailey won the Rumble. She's been around a good while and is widely loved. Yeah, she's got a serious set of personalities on her anyway. That's all we can say at this time. Nice attire. Betting the call. Turn is the three of spades. Julio, more tips in hand, going for more value. 600k. And now, not great for Angelo, is it? Getting good odds to see a river. With just the six really that helps him. He won't really like a 5 or even a 7. I think we just let our hand go. Quizzy asks or says, wait, 5 players eliminated in 40 minutes. Yeah, this is the Dutch Classics, fast-paced, non-stop action. Always one of my favorites, honestly. And it's a fan favorite event as well. People get so geared up and excited for this one. Now, not saying we don't get excited for all the events at Kings, but the Dutchies always arrive in force, in numbers, and are so enthusiastic just to play poker. They always see in the chat box when is the next Dutch Classics, etc. So, but I will go into detail about the events coming up in February later. You can find out all the information on the website www.kingsresort.com. We're on all the social media platforms. Poker Room Kings on Twitch. Unbelievable new content on our YouTube channel week in, week out. Great new video with Rob Young playing the highest of stakes in the cash game. Also, don't forget about that King's merchandise store. Got to shout that one out yesterday. I probably did, but I'm giving it another mention right now. Nice flop for Master here. What's up, Chief? Flopping a flush. And that's a very troublesome card for Andreas. He now has top pair, decent kicker, 1.1 million in the pot. Stack to pot ratio less than 1-1. Chief checking. And I feel like Andreas is just going to want to protect his hand, calling that tiny sizing on the flop. I can't blame him. He would have just got it in free. Well, I guess he didn't want it, considering it was an under the gun open. And that's going to be curtains for Andreas. Suddenly, we're looking at 18 players remaining. What can he do? That means another pay jump is looming. Next payout will be €2,025. Just 2 eliminations away from a redraw. Average stack very close to 4 million. Amy says he was just ripped the pre-flop, might have gotten a fold out of the king jack. I see what you're saying. Might have been pretty pot committed there with sub 10 big, so he could just fold on the flop as well, but it's just such a tiny size, and I think I just get away from it on the flop. It doesn't matter what our opponent bet. We don't even have a heart. Unless we've got a plan for the turn and the river, if our opponent checks, and we need more tips to have a plan there. You could jam pre there. I see what you're saying in the chat with the ace-10. It's just that under the gun open getting a lot of respect. still think giving the open respect doesn't. If you're giving it respect, just fold ace-10 offsuit. Okay, folks, seeing a lot of comments coming in here, so could just fold pre, which is usually the go-to move of the chat pros. It depends on how often our opponent is opening from early position. I think we just decide whether we want to go with our hand pre or fold. There we go. And on the flop, I don't think we should be seeing a turn card. And Apocalypse says, speaking of the Netherlands, he'll be in Rotterdam next weekend with a cheeky winky monkey face saying he's meeting someone. Oi, oi. Go on, son. Apocalypse says it's very complicated, so won't go into detail, but there's hope. Hope is a dangerous thing. Hope can kill a man, or hope can set a man free. AM says, hit Johan up, should go for a coffee. He lives in the area. Not a bad idea. He could give you some advice. Must save Ferris is in the house. Says, good morning. Would you believe it now, Ferris? I started to watch Ferris Bueller's Day Off there. I got sidetracked. But I had all intentions of watching it. I seen the start of it and I had to go on a mission on Saturday night. But it was on the television and I was like, I better tell Must Save Ferris I'm watching this movie. Nice to have you back with us, buddy. KM says he's got to go back later. And KM says, careful, there's sharks in the water. Sharks in the water, mate. Well, you got to remember now, there's not too many sharks left in this field. This is a €250 buy-in, an ideal opportunity for the recreationals to get a deep run, win themselves a serious sum of cash. Pressure is on with 18 players remaining. The current payout close to $2,000 now. It is all to play for here, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. If you're just tuning in, it's the Dutch Classics main event. Blinds have gone up a hand or two ago. Small blind is 80k, big blind 160k with 160k running big blind ante. That's 80, 160, 160.
Thanks, man. Thanks. Now you have a good feeling. Always the feeling.
Sadar all in from the button, and it's 5 bigs if purple wants to fold or wants to call, but he folds, and then Angelo's going to get out of the way.
800, 925.
I don't think Angelo is going to call this one.
Ja, nu wil ik gewoon een call. I want a call. Feeling. We go. 161. Still all left. Right? So bad.
Sadar taking down the blinds and antes with the ace-jack offsuit.
All in, all in.
So they're going for way too big of a jam here from under the gun. This is nearly 11 big blinds. Just doesn't need to do this.
What do you think?
It's actually not too bad if they're playing six-handed. It looks like we could have 3 tables of 6. It's not the worst shove in the world. I would just think we should let that one go, considering we just took down the blinds and antes the previous hand. Lesmo is back in the chat. What's up, Lesmo? There we go. See exactly. Yes, we are playing six-handed. So, you know what? The ace-5, not the worst shove in the world. Standard enough, but it's just there's a lot of ICM pressure. We took down the previous hand. We go either way with that one. Yeah, just looking at the charts here, still think it's too wide, and that's without taking ICM into consideration. And Sadar picking up aces now. Three betting to 925 from cutoff open of Julio with king queen off suit.
What do you mean? Is there something wrong? Maybe alles in één keer inzetten. Of zeg je race. Dan maakt het niet uit.
Very strong looking 3-bet there. I would prefer to just flat in the big. It's just going to look weak, and your opponent is most likely going to barrel on a lot of boards. So I just don't really like going for 925 in that particular situation. If you get an unfavorable flop, you could always just check jam it, say there was 3 hearts on board or whatever the case may be, to protect your hand that way. A lot of big pairs out there today. Martin with the pocket kings, Angelo with the raise, with the jack 10 off suit. What is going on here? Angelo raising to 340. Martin gonna call. Sidar shoving all in from the small blind. This time with ace jack off suit. This is his fourth hand to get involved with in a row, pretty much. Gets purple out of the way. And Angelo will be mucking also. Martin, all he has to do is snap. We're gonna have a huge pot here. So this all in and call 5.68 million in this pot. Sidar needing to get lucky. He's got 30% equity. Eight, 8, 6 is the flop. Turn is the queen of clubs. River is the king of diamonds, sealing the deal. Sidar has been eliminated and 17 players remaining now, guaranteed a payout of over 2 grand. Just look at those graphics in the background, so vibrant, those colours for this Dutch Classics main event. Kings again for Martin. And Julio with pocket eights could get into trouble on this board on the 10-5-4 rainbow. As Apocalypse says, one or redraw at 16. Yeah, Lesmo says one more player out and they should make it 2 full tables. That's what we'll do. We'll come back with 2 tables of 8. From there, we will play down to the final table of the Dutch Classics main event. Hope you're all enjoying the show out there. The action has been fast-paced, to say the least. That's what we want. We love it. 4.2 million is the average stack. So the average stack, even though it has been very fast-paced, is still well over 25 bigs. We're in and around. On this turn, Martin is going to bet 625, and that's going to get another call from Julio because Martin can be doing this with ace, X type hands. Trying to get a 5 or a 4 to fold, something to that effect. River is the queen of clubs. This pot now, bloating, it's close to 3 mil. $3.1 mil with the queen of clubs on the river. Martin's going to check this back. Don't really like that for Martin. I would still be trying to get some value. If he thinks he's never going to get called by a 10 and he could be check raised, maybe I understand checking back, but with an overpair to the board there, I just feel like that's still a bit too nitty. Angelo with ace-9 offsuit on the button here, 20 bigs. Chief is going to defend with the 7-5 suited. That's going to quickly go check, check. Turn is the 5 of diamonds. 2 pair now for the Chief. River is the 5 of hearts. Full house now for the Chief. 1.8 million in the pot. How much does he think he can get paid? When it goes check, check on the flop, it eliminates some big hands from Angelo's range. I wouldn't be going too big to try to get paid here. About 600k, 700k, something like that. Goes for 700k. Not a fan of this jam from Julio. I don't care if there's 17 left. Pocket 10's going to play it way better as a raise call. If we're called in that spot, it's going to be hard for us to be winning. There's so much value to be extracted there from just min raising over jamming off that stack depth. Word says Master Chief almost looks like Master Chief. Possibly the greatest first-person shooter of all time was Halo 2, in my opinion, and Halo 1, of course. And then, I don't know what they did with the game. These Gen Zers came along. And that was the end of my Halo days. A big shout out for Halo. I actually would like to go start playing some video games again, but I'm very obsessive with these kind of things. I feel like I could lose a whole year of my life when I could be just learning about poker for ye fine folks out there. Perhaps it would just be misplacing my time, but who knows? World of Tanks, Red Misty says. I have no idea what that even is. I tell you what I do have there, Red Dead Redemption, and I don't know, it's just an Xbox that's sitting there. It's a good one though. I think Cyberpunk might be on it as well. I just thought if I click start on Cyberpunks, that'll be it. World of Tanks. It would be fun to blow off some Steam, I think. World of Tanks doesn't really look up my street. I want something more like a first-person shooter with a bit of a story in it. And Chief going to raise the 350 here. Is going to get stuffed on by the ace king of Angelo in the big blind. Angelo in the small blind deciding what he wants to do here with King Deuce. Looks like he's going to raise to 380. He needs to be careful making these kind of raise sizes off this stack depth with inferior hands with just a deuce kicker. If I'm Julio, I might just stick it all in on him. But he wants to see a flop in position. Understandable. Keeps hands like this in Angelo's range. Inferior kickers, etc. Ace-6 is the flop. Now, I will say, neither player are going to have too much ace-x in their range. Julio looked like he was going to reach for chips and then decided against it. Deuce of spades rolls off on the turn. $175 is the bet, 175 is the call. Queen of clubs hits the river. Interesting that Angelo goes for additional value on the river, unless he's turning his hand into a bluff now, which I don't see the point in doing. Having said that, he might get a 6 to fold, although it is unlikely. And he is only risking 2 big blinds with a little bit of cheese on top, so Julio. I don't know if Angelo takes a bluff using this line or has a bluff using this line. I'd be pretty curious here if I was Julio with the king high. There's no cure for curiosity. Julio getting that one done with the king jack off suit.
Ja, ik had er nog 2. Had er nog 2, ja.
So raise 350.
Eight's raising to 350 here. The chief wants to see a cheap flop with 9-8 of clubs. Martin in the big with ace-8 offsuit. This hand looks better than it is. But I guess for 190, in for a penny, in for a pounding. Ten four deuce is the flop. One club. Martin betting 200k. I don't think that's correct. Oh, it is. He decides to lead on that board. I wasn't expecting to see that. Does take it down. Yeah, it was Angelo to bet, not Martin. Angelo takes that one down with a small bet. I was thinking they had that topsy-turvy. Angelo playing a nice stack. But it is Martin that's approaching 10 million in chips, which is a lot of booty with 17 players remaining. Julio raising to 325. We've got action here, and you can see in the top right-hand corner of your screen, this will be the last hand before the break. But this one's going to go all in and call. The Classic is underway here, just shy of 7 million in this pot. Big moment for both players involved. Angelo is the covering stack, but will be left with 4 bigs. There's 2 red ladies if they are unsuccessful against Julio's ace-king of suit. Ace on the flop. Now Angelo needing a lot of help, shakes his head. Nothing you can do here, buddy. He's one of the 2 black remaining ladies. Turn is the 5 of hearts. River is the deuce of spades. Angelo sends it. Julio ships it. And we are going on a 20-minute break. I hope you're enjoying the show. Sorry, it's more like 15 minutes. 15 minutes and change. We will be back for lots more action with 16 players remaining in the Dutch Classics main event. We'll be right back.
No.
8, 4, 4. And now Babo 33% equity to double up. Oh no, it's the 10 of clubs on the turn. How unlucky for Vittorio.
Way. Too passive.
Check back all the way.
Yeah, definitely a bet in the river, man. I think, like, I understand the flop check back and the turn check back on the queen, especially from a small blind call caller. I understand I understand like the fact that he might not have went for more than 2 streets, but man, once that checks back down to the river there, when you're in position, you have to go for a bet with ace-2 there. I get the kicker issue, but like, man, you have to bet just for 1 street there. You'd be surprised what might call, and if you get folds, and so what? It's just like you still have to bet that hand there. It's like not even up for debate, in my opinion.
Check flop, bet turn, and then check river, I think is the best, because we get that value from our opponent having a hand that contains a queen after the flop goes check check. And I think that if you break down what their calling range there is from the small, it's going to contain those hands like king queen, queen jack suited, queen 10 suited, maybe queen 9 is a little bit of a stretch, but all those combos.
I think even like double checking back flop and turn, man, to you know, even get called by sometimes something worse. I'm not saying that might happen, but I think it's way more likely that you'll get called by any pair if you check it down to the river with the ace-2 as an example. I definitely agree. Bet and turn to check back river, or if you check back flop, check back turn, you have to go for value on the river. You just have to.
Yeah. We've got action. Gianfranco finds himself with 10 big blinds, forced to shove the king queen of diamonds from the hijack standard stuff. And this is going to be a super standard rejam here from Dennis on the button. Gianfranco very unlucky to run into the top of Dennis's range here. Bing bang boom, he is all in. The fella all in the other fella. And we could be losing Gianfranco. He's not going to have too much equity to survive here. Ross saying GTO 3TO as the commentator.
Yeah, I think your mic kind of bugged out for a little bit, man.
Oh.
For a little bit.
Whoa.
Whoa, indeed.
Right, here's my thoughts on this. With 2 all-ins in front of us, you make an argument for folding. Because the club was for 10 big, the lead jam for about 15. We're about half our stack here, but Jack's going to play very well against the all-in and the rejam range. The only thing is with the icing considerations, it could be what would appear to be a very tight fold. Because we have over 5 million here, it might be better to just let this one go. I would definitely be folding 8s, 9s, and 10s. But again, the Jacks plus thing, Alan, do we just want to go for it here?
I mean, I don't know how many times this spot is ever going to come up, bro, where folding jacks is going to be a good play. I don't think I would get away from this, man. I think if you do have the 8s, 9s, and 10s, it's kind of the cusp of like one or the other. But I don't think we can fold jacks. No, I don't think so.
Neutral says you call with Jack. I think Jacks plus here. Now, if it was for any more, I think I'm just letting Jacks go. I would like that made.
Mate, this is a huge pot.
Made known. This is massive. 7 million and change in this pot. Vittorio. And the other thing is, this is so nice for Vittorio because he's getting a fake flip here in a way because they're blocking each other's hands. So he's still getting a fake flip, not the right terminology there, but you get me. There's extra outs gone. So it's 41% equity. Oh, what a spot this is for Vittorio and his Jeffries. Gianfranco with 15% equity to stay in the tournament. Dennis with 25% to stay in this tournament. This could be a double elimination, the first hand back or second hand back. Oh, it's the King of Kings. Oh dear.
Nasty.
And now he needs a Jeffrey. And it doesn't arrive.
Negative.
That's very sad. It looked like Vittorio was going to get through. Oh, what a painful situation. We lose Gianfranco in 7th place, and it has to be said he's going to be very disappointed with that finish, considering how well he was playing yesterday. A bit reckless at times, but some spicy, entertaining action from him nonetheless, and that's what we love on this channel. So, kudos to him. Put his balls out on the table yesterday in a few spots, and I love it. Great to see him get such a nice result, and yes, he will be very disappointed, but maybe with a score of nearly 40k, including a 10k ticket, we'll be very happy.
I think it was like blind v blind. Vittorio limped the Queen 9, and I forget who was in the big blind, but they had ace king suited either way, bro, on the isolate. Vittorio calls, flop came like Jack 8, sorry, Jack 9 4, something like that. Flop went check check. 8 of diamonds on the turn, which gave Christian obviously the 2 overs on the flush draw. But I really liked Vittorio's bet on the turn, man. He went for a block side on the turn with the Queen 9. And obviously Ace King has to call with the flush draw, the 2 overs, etc. But I think the river was a brick again, man. And I really liked Vittorio's bet size. And he bet like, I don't know, 500k into maybe 3 million or something like that. And we do have a call here. Other than that, yeah, Christian decided to fold the river. But I really like the 2 sizes by Vittorio, both turn and river in that hand exactly.
He's impressed us about 4 or 5 times now, Alan. And he's set to eliminate Babo here 62% of the time. 4 in the window, but an 8 also. Babo now 4-1 favourite to double up, back up to almost 10 big blinds. Until the turn.
No.
Well, it's good for you. He's your boy. Oh my God,
No.
he hits the river.
Brilliant hand.
Wow. Yeah, that seems like Vittorio is... Maybe someone's had a chat with him on one of the breaks or something. He's really upped his game. Goes back to what I was saying earlier about having a team behind you. Yeah, well, that was a bad run out for him. He would have eliminated a player, got
the guts of a 20 grand pay jump. Well, from 60k all the way to 73 and a half, 13 and a half, 14,000. As I keep saying, a lot of your work is done here. Obviously, the biggest pay jumps are about to come. But I mean, in terms of your ICM, if you're one of the shortest stacks, you don't want to be busting before the other fella, but it might be a great opportunity to just raise call with a hand as strong as ace jack there.
Yeah, I can see the merit to it.
No skills says Dave's hot chicken totally wrecked once he was on a dinner break. being wrecked by more carby meals at these hotels and places and buffets, whatever, takeaways, Domino's late at night. They all add up. Sitting at the table and you can't even think straight, let alone sit straight. Vittorio raising the minimum here with the kings, and Babbo. Oh my God, he's picked ill timing.
Missed timing. Big time.
Missed timing here from Babbo. Good timing here for your man, Vittorio. 7 million in this pot. This is a huge pot for this tournament. Vittorio looking cool as a cucumber. His work is done. There's nothing he can do. He is the one standing up and away when it's Babbo, the one at risk.
No.
8, 4, 4. And now Babbo 33% equity to double up. Oh no, it's the 10 of clubs on the turn. How unlucky for Vittorio.
He stands up and stretches. Brilliant.
There's nothing he can do. Can't get lucky on the river, and Babbo fist bumping now. I really feel for Vittorio there.
Well, that puts a dent in my odds.
That might decide to check raises, stuff like that.
Yep.
We also have a heart in our hand, which is nice.
Defo.
Christian with ace king suited. What a hand to pick up here, four-handed.
To raise 500.
Vittorio in the big blind. Think he just wants to be rejamming this one. Standard stuff. Will rejam is of course going to get snap called, and your buddy's at risk for the third time here. Well, sorry, the first time he wasn't at risk.
At risk now, though. Definitely.
Is queen 7-7. Vittorio needing help and needing it quick. He's a 4-1 dog here as we hit the turn. Turn does give him a diamond. Always a surprise around the corner at Kings. Is there another twist in the tail to be had here as we hit the river? almost 7 million in the pot. River is the 9 of spades. He cannot do it. Vittorio has been eliminated in 4th place. What a run for the youngster.
Oh,
I don't know.
He's
He's
not-
not that young, but young enough. He's ran out of the building, it looks like.
bit strange.
Yeah, he's not happy, and I don't blame him. That king's costing him serious amount of cheddar, Alan. Like,
Yeah.
I don't know how much. We can work it out later. I don't want to disclose that kind of information. It could be
It's
50 G's we're dealing with.
Yeah. I was just gonna say it's worth a bit. That's enough in itself, just to say that. You smashed the glass on the way out, man.
Oh no. I think now, so we're going to go on a 5-minute break here. These guys are just going to take a tiny little breather before 3-handed play will commence. Don't go anywhere. This has just been exhilarating. 11 million playing close to 9, playing close to 7.2, playing 8.6, with the chip leader out in front with 45 bigs with 11.2 million. I will see you all in a few moments.
Yeah, first of all, I'm really sorry for what I've done. Was very out of myself, and no, it's the first time because it's quite the biggest final table of my life, so it's very bad. It's difficult to accept because I think I played good poker, and so when you go showdown, you're very favorite, and you lost in such a situation. It's difficult to control, but I apologize, and yeah, I have just a good end to reshove, and I just reshoved, and it went wrong. For sure the end that I've lost with the kings versus queen 8 or queen 7 suited, I think. And that was very important because if I win that hand, I'm chip leader, close to chip leader, and we are 3 left instead of 4. So it's a pay jump, chip leading, and very important hand. So that's the most important, I think. Yeah, I play professionally, so I used to study in a group. And now I'm studying by myself, doing my thing, my stuff, and yeah, it's going good. I like my life. I like this game, but sometimes could be very, very cruel, and we accept it.
Alrighty, folks, we're back. Cards are about to be in the air. Shuffle up and deal. Interesting lineup here. I recognize a few faces. We've got Marcel van Voorst, UA Game, and Ciprian Ponescu, who was at our feature table last night. 16 players remaining now. Average stack 4.4 mil ball. Close to 30 bigs once again. And Kasim, overwhelming chip leader at this feature table, playing 81 big blinds. Julio with 44, Marcel with 27, UA Game with 26, Master Chief with 25, Enzo with 25 bigs, and Mater Suima with 24 bigs. And Cyprian finds himself the shortest stack at this table, but he's well able to maneuver his way through these fields and is definitely one of the most competent players left in this field with just 16 players remaining. So he is definitely one to watch out for. Lesmo wants to know where he can see who's left. We just have information about the feature table. Don't have any information about the outer table. It won't be too much longer before they're all sat at one table. We play now from 16 players until we reach the final 9. UA Game stuffs it with the ace jack. We've already had one elimination, so 15 players remaining now. Just look at all those chips. 13.4 million for Kasim. And Janet says, hey, great commentating. Thank you very much for your comment. It's your boy, Action Man Dan, your host for the duration of this event, as per usual, week in, week out. Lesmo says he missed it. Where can we find the players left again? We only have information at our current feature table. We don't have any information about the outer table. We are live as live can be, but it is still on a 30-minute delay.
Small big, please. Raise 500,000. 8 plus. 1 plus 2 plus 3 go 500. Heads up to that one.
Big hands here. Enzo with ace 10 is inferior to Kasim's ace king. Turn is the jack of clubs, 2.4 million in the pot. Kasim betting enough to put Enzo all in here on the turn. Enzo getting away from it, making a very disciplined laydown. But we can see it was very much correct on this occasion. So with 14 players remaining, we've got 2 tables of 7. Dan Fox is in the house. He says, hello, happy Monday chat. How is everyone? We're pretty good, buddy. Hope you're well too. Dan asks how many players have been eliminated so far today. Well, we started with 24 and we now have 14. So 10 players have been eliminated. Apocalypse always helping me out there. Yes, 10 eliminations have occurred. Well, Dan Fox, you could sub for €5 and get rid of all those pesky ads. Just saying, there's far worse things people could spend a fiver on. It would mean the world to me. And you'd be supporting the King's channel, which the quality is just primo. Am I getting a cut of the sub money? Absolutely not. Nothing got to do with me. Simply getting the job done there with the Queen 10 off suit. People asking why is there so many ads? Well, you look at everything now. Spotify, YouTube, Twitch, all the other platforms. It's ads, ads, ads. Turn on your television there. Tell me how many ads you see per hour. Nothing I can do about the ads unless you subscribe, fellers. 13 players remaining now. Ivan is in the house. Hello, Ivan. Let's see now, what's the current payout? Current payout is €2,550. UA game going to bet 450 on this turn on 10-6-5-6. Queen A3 is the flop here. Julio with the 9 of hearts, 9-5. Let's it go to UA, who's going to go for a bet. UA game. You've seen him deep a few times, the Kings. Massive opportunity for all these remaining players to win over 50 Gs, including that 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event later on this year. So Kasim is going to stay active here with the ace-6 offsuit, and Marcel is going to stuff it on him with the ace-9 of clubs. Hijack against cut-off, standard stuff. Blinds have gone up a couple of hands ago, by the way. Small blind is 100k, big blind is 200k with a 200k running big blind ante. That's 100, 200, 200.
Hast du eigentlich noch große irgendwie dahinter? Weil du sagst, du hast 15 Millionen. 2 Millionen, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13, 14. 14 jetzt.
Nice. English. Okay. I know what you have. English.
I wasn't in school, so very bad. Try sometimes.
The rules. By phone. One raise 400.
UA game, min raising with the ace-4 of hearts.
No. I called him what I have. I see it so I see it. You can look. I have 6 to 6.
Average stack is 5.5 million at this current time, which is good for 27 big blinds still. Still a lot of play in this one, of course, with 13 players still remaining. All guaranteed €2,550. Now, Sippy on the Bhutan, 16 bigs. Seen him min raise with ace 8 with 16 bigs on the button last night. So with ace 7 suited, is he going to do the same? Or does he just go for the straight up jam? It depends how often he thinks he is getting re-jammed on, and decides that the ace 7 suited is going to be better for a jam than the ace 8 offsuit yesterday. Obviously different players this time, but just trying to get a feel for how often he wants to be min-raising with these kind of hands and how often he wants to be jamming. Into the big stack there, the chip leader, he is just going to send it. Takes that one down. A little bit of a different situation here. A lot less players remaining. ICM considerations for eliminations away from the final table. Kasim staying active, takes that one down. Small blind against the big. On the turn here, 1.1 million in the pot. Just waiting for the graphics to catch up. That's a turn bet of $1 million. There was an ace exposed pre. Now, both players know it's unlikely that the other one has an ace, considering an ace was exposed. But Julio still can't continue with the pocket fives. Would have been a bit ambitious to see a river there, but Kasim, like the way this guy's been playing so far, playing good, aggressive poker. Not familiar with this player. Perhaps I'll give him a look on his hand and mob. Don't see him on Hendon. Core. Yeah, not seeing this guy on Hendon mob. Kasim is just going to limp here with 10-9 of spades. And Enzo is going to stuff all in for 8 big blinds from the small blind with pocket eights. Expected Kasim to just min-raise that one, but this way he gets away for cheap. Enzo with 11 bigs on the button at ace queen suited. Gets the job done. Julio staying active from the hijack with 10-8 of hearts, and Kasim is going to see a flop here with all those chipolatas. The jack 7 off suit. Ace jack 8 is the flop. Piece of it for both players. Should just go check the majority of the time here. $1.7 million on the turn. Turn is the 9 of diamonds. Julio taking that one down. Interesting. I expected to see Kasim to see a river there, considering he has a straight draw. I know there's 2 flush draws on board, but he does still have second pair. Julio getting the job done, taking down that one. And Chief, this is good intuition from the Chief here. Knowing this Sippy is capable of raising pretty light from the cutoff, even off this stack size. The Chief very happy to take that one down with just King 8 off suit, but now playing 17 big blinds.
Four is all in.
Slippy from the hijack, 14 bigs, ain't messing around. He is just going to ram this one. His hand, honestly, good enough to raise call in this spot, but if he just wants to take down the blinds and antes uncontested, then might as well just shove.
Oh, if you mind, you can go forward and tell him that and he will explain. Base 430. And he's all in. Four. 8 fold, 1 in.
After half an hour, this
Big blind.
after half an hour, you see push 2 times the button.
You guys are luck.
Updated the chip counts. Kasim with 67 bigs, UA with 35, Julio with 28, Chief with 18, Sippy with 17, Enzo with 14, and Marcel with 14. Now, Sippy under the gun here with pocket fours, just wants to let this one go. We've seen him open very light from under the gun. Seen him do it with King 8 suited, Ace Deuce suited, and 1 or 2 other hands last night. This is a different situation. UA game betting 400k here. 9-6-3 is the flop, and Kasim is going to call. Don't really understand check calling there. UA will take this one down with a double barrel. A lot of nationalities at this feature table. Russia, Spain, France, Romania, Serbia, and Marcel from the Netherlands. Blind battle here. Sippy not biting. Expected to see Enzo bet that turn. Enzo checking again. And Sippy can't win here with 9 high. He's going to go for a small bet. Would have preferred to see Enzo bet this turn or the flop. Showing some inexperience there, especially with the open ender and a club in his hand. Sippy taking that one away from him. It's a nice pickup there for Sippy. Marcel all in. Now, Kasim limping again under the gun. He has all the chips. He should be putting maximum pressure, maximum pain on the rest of this table with 13 players remaining. This is not a hand you want to be limping under a gun. You want to be using this as your min-raising range or raising range at the very least. Chief is in the big. And we're going to have action here because Chief's got ace-king suited. Chief all in. Big moment going to be here for Marcel, the fan favourite. 6 million in the pot. 30 bigs. Big moment for both players involved. This flip worth a lot of money in equity.
Boris, over there.
Sixes for Marcel. Ace, king suited for the Chief. Master Chief. And that's a full house on the flop for Marcel. Doesn't change a whole lot though, really. Turn is the 4 of clubs. Chief and eating, an ace or a king on the river. It does not arrive. It's the 10 of diamonds. Marcel will double up, crippling the Chief. The Chief will be left with 3 big blinds. Julio 3-betting this one to just over a mil. Marcel, the opener. Now, I know if he's saying under the gun, but you have to remember we are 6 or 7 handed. So under the gun is mid position. Kind of forgot to mention that. Something I have to remind myself of constantly. The Chief is going to stack off, of course. Well, actually not, of course. I think he should just fold this. He's got a full orbit to get a better spot. Don't like this stack off by the Chief. Obviously, he's browned off, but not the best situation. Although, having said that, he's got 2 live cards. And 32% of the time will double up and some triple up even to over 10 bigs once again. $10.99 is the flop. Turn is the 8 of hearts, and the Chief needing one of the 7 outs remaining to win, and that is one of them. 6 of diamonds rolling off. It was looking extremely bleak on the flop there. Turning the 8, rivering the 6. Breathes a sigh of relief. The Chief playing close to 11 big blinds now.
Nee, ik jam 6. Hij is even denken, komt af, lekker kut, sorry, dat is niet goed. Nou, is dit.
They folded 2 6s on the table indeed, HK. You can call it a 2-outer, but he had 7 outs total. Put off against the small blind here. Sippy faced the decision. Kasim checking. And Sippy is going to give up, it looks like. And doesn't mean he gives up. He's checking back. He's got a pair of 5s, but it really doesn't mean much on this board with that pair of 5s. 10 rolling off on the river, and now Kasim with the best hand. 2.1 million in the pot. And Kasim facing the shove from Enzo. Blinds have just gone up, so this is 8 bigs total. I think I'd be going with this in Kasim's shoes. Small blind is now 125k, big blind is now 250k with a 250k running big blind ante. Does decide to get away from it. We've got action. Do not like this shove from Master Chief in the slightest with 8 big blinds with Queen 6 offsuit and the hijack. Just not going to be a good enough hand, and he's going to get punished here. I mean, it's not over yet because I see him calling with the Jeffries. Is all in and call close to 5 million in this pot. Three, four deuce is the flop. Chief can win with a lady or a 5. Turn is the ace of clubs. 5 outs as we hit the river for the Chief. It is not to be. Chief has been eliminated in 13th place, and that means 12 players are going to remain now. 2 tables of 6. And Kasim with the Jeffries now playing over 15 million, which is good for over 60 big blinds. And I really hate that fold from Enzo with 8 bigs with a hand like 6-5 suited in the small. Oh, sorry. Didn't see that UA game would come into the pot. The graphics hadn't caught up. Of course, the 5-6 of hearts goes into the muck. Sorry, Enzo. But had it been folded around to the small blind, I would like for him to rip for 8 bigs there into Sippy. And Sippy deciding whether he wants to defend here against the cutoff open. I think King 8 is borderline. He'll defend there with King 9. Just plays better. And you can flop a straight. UA. That was funny. Wipes his brow with the ace. I like that. Kasim pole position here with 63 bigs. UA with 34, Marcel with 20, Julio with 17, Sippy with 11, and Enzo with 9. Pressure is on. Bammy says he's so passive limping stuff with having so many chips. Yeah, I agree. Needs to... Well, he can put the foot on the gas. And HK says he can put so much more pressure on the table. ICM is huge. Sure is. Bammy says Sippy is the one playing like he has 100 big blinds. You see the difference is there. Sippy has plenty of scores underneath his belt. He's a pro. King's Resort reg. Well known face. So he's not going to have any of that fear. He's been here before. Jaxie says, evening Dan. Evening Jaxie. He says, I'm not sure if the team knows how much power he has with this monster stack. I don't think he knows either. It's a fun and interesting dynamic because we've got a mixed bag here. Some very experienced players. UA knows what he's doing as well. And Sippy. Then you're going to have a few new guys at the table here who wouldn't have been in a situation like this playing for this kind of money before, especially from a 250 buy-in. It's just an amazing opportunity on one hand, and it can be all over. I see the quote earlier, actually. It was like, it takes a lot of good decisions to build a stack. It takes one bad decision to lose it all. I think the team just needs to be a bit more aware of the exact big blinds, the stack sizes behind him before he makes a move. With a couple of guys with 15 bigs or less, he could just shove certain hands. This limping strategy is just not the way to go. And Sippy here with 12 bigs on the button with 12 players remaining. Is there a pay jump? There is, you know. Next payout will be €2,841, so over €300 in the difference, more than a buy-in. But I would expect Sippy to shove this. And he does do just that. And that's enough to get that one done. Sippy just ram jamming from the cutoff. And UA won't be able to call this for trees. I see more of you complaining about ads in the chat. Look, guys, it's a €5 donation to get rid of the ads. Come on. Ads are everywhere. All over the world you will find ads. Sippy says, or Jaxie says that Sippy has been short stacked. Yes, he was even short stacked since yesterday. Yeah, you were here last night. Of course, you were tuning in. He was, I don't think we've seen him above 20 big blinds once, honestly. He had a very tough day. He's just some man to battle. I love commentating on his play. Love seeing what he's going to do next. Julio with the best of it here. Catching it straight on the river. He had the best of it the whole way. But there was two overcards on the flop. 6-4, 8, deuce, 3 is the board. I think Kasim most likely done with this hand, just with a pair of ducks, the king kicker. I think you're arguing whether it's €4 or €5. I think it's $5, okay? Yes, you could play up to 25 cents spinning goes. Oh, God. All right, chat, you win. You win. It's €4, the equivalent of $5. $5. Julio wins another pot. 12 players still remain. 3 eliminations away from the final table. Pay jump is looming, as I mentioned, from 12th to 11th place of over a buy-in. Current payout still €2,550. Lightning Soul says, didn't Chris Moneymaker win a $5 satellite for the WSOP in 2003? Yeah, he won a satellite with where he had to play a sit and go with a bunch of ads. It was him against 8 ads. And that's how he won a 10k ticket. KM says, Dan, when's the next trip to Kings? Whenever I'm told. I'm a busy little piggy this year again, so we will see what happens. And I would be expecting to make at least one trip, possibly more this year. We will see. It would be nice to start playing some of these events. Hopefully I'll get to play the Irish Open this year. We'll see what happens. I'm bunking down for the winter, and it's only January. I've got 5 weddings, so 5 weddings are going to take over. Like, I would say 4 of those, at least 3 of those are non-negotiable. I must attend. And no, I'm not. I'm not getting married. It's not me. I think you made a joke saying, "How am I going to get married 5 times?" Yeah, the reason this case says 5 weddings, holy moly. The reason there's 5 weddings is because the backlog from the famous COVID lockdown. So, the backlog of all the weddings, everyone's like, right, well, we missed out on weddings for 3 years. We better get this sorted out now.
325.
And weddings and funerals in Ireland don't get celebrated lightly. Especially weddings, more so than the funerals. But needless to say, the Irish will find any reason to celebrate for days on end, whatever the case may be. Base 479 here, and Skippy is once again going to try take this one down from his opponent. Now this is a nice bet there, 1 million. This is designed to flush out hands that might contain a 4, maybe even a 7. And it's perceiving the Kasim there that once he bets this hand, once he bets the turn of 1 million, it's really setting up a river jam. That's what Tippy's trying to make it look like. And I really like the sizing. Doesn't want to go too small and price his opponent in with a draw. A lot of players might just try see a river here. Tippy knows Kasim probably doesn't have much ace-x in his hand the way this is played out so far also. And Kasim just in a bin here. We have one more elimination at the outer table. Whoa. I caramba. Yabba Dabba Doo was not expecting this from Kasim in the slightest. Thought he would just be done with the hand. Sippy doing everything right. His team not buying it. This is going to be super frustrating here for Sippy. These blind v blind battles so important. And the flick of the min. I see your million and I raise you one more. The cheek of this from Kasim. And it's a really nice bluff because it puts Sippy in a world of hurt. And Kasim getting Sippy to fold. And Sippy has been put to the test so many times last night. And here again. I was just thinking, Sippy just call the turn and then call it off with Jack high on the river. HK says if you don't end up getting married after 5 visits, then you are golden. Yeah, I'm actually riding solo to these weddings. We'll see what happens. I put my my hand in the cookie jar. Jackie says, am I gigging at the weddings or what? No, actually not. I'm not DJing, I'm not doing comedy, and I'm not playing poker. So why am I going? Unless I get a gig as Bruce Buffer, the priest, and I can do all the introductions. Ladies and gentlemen, you are very welcome to this wedding, but that's also unlikely. I already have a license, so spectator it is. I'll be on the rail. They're saying, yeah, I'm the commentator at those weddings. I'll be commentating from afar in the background, perhaps. I don't think Sippy done anything wrong in that hand. He just got outplayed. Kasim. So we gave out to Kasim about not being aggressive enough. Perhaps he heard us because that was a fine play. He's using his shift to his advantage where a lot of players would have just been done with their hand on the turn, including myself. Just giving Sippy credit there. If he's not betting the turn, Sippy, he just goes into check call mode. He can get blown off his hand because Kasim should be betting huge with check to him on the turn. Now I say huge, but about $1 million. Marcel in the small blind, 14 bigs, just wants to be shoving a hand as strong as King Queen. Decides to go for the raise to 700k instead. Sippy under the gun, shoving the lot. Enzo going to stack off here in the big blind with Queen 10 offsuit. Has his big blind invested in his big blind ante, so he's already got 500k in there. So stacking off for 5 bigs, not the end of the world, I would think. He's just very pot committed. Ace Jack 5 is the flop, turn is the 10 of spades, and now just 4 outs can help Enzo survive as we hit the river, and it's not to be, it's the 3 of spades. Jaxie says he would love to play the Irish Open, but the hotel prices in Dublin are off the charts, especially with many of them now unavailable due to being rented to the state. Yeah, I forget, where did you say you were from in Ireland? If you did say you were from Ireland with a name like Jaxie, I presume you are Irish, but I'm sorry, I forgot. A lot of names, a lot of faces. You know yourself, Marcel with the min raise and the hijack with ace-6 off suit. KM says, I think if Sippy wants to put pressure, a check raise on the turn is better. It would be more committing, but he would have more fold equity, and if villain checks behind and he gets to realise his equity for free anyway. I think a check rip might be ideal on the turn, but if you think your opponent is just going to fold when you bet, which he had been doing, then I think it's fine. It was just in that situation, we were all surprised that Kasim decided to raise to 2 million. Oh yeah, that's right, Navan. I just couldn't remember which part of the country it was in. I was pretty sure you were Irish. I remember you saying Mead, but for some reason it skipped past me there. I remember now when we were talking about the Midlands, you're not too far from myself. And I agree with you about getting a com in Dublin. It's very difficult. You nearly want €1,000 for your accommodation as well as your €1,000 for your buy-in, and then you want to be playing more than one bullet, of course, in something like the Irish Open to make it worth your while if you're going to splash out on accommodation to that extent. I do love a bit of Tommy and Hector. I can answer that one, KM. Why are the hotels rented to the state? Because we have a crisis with the amount of people trying to come into our country. Moving on from the politics. Another bust out has occurred on the outer table. 10 players remaining now. And that means, folks, we are on the final table bubble of the Dutch Classics. And the next payout will be to €3,425. Current payout is 2,841. Average stack over 7 million, so very close to 30 big blinds still. Kasim with a lot of outs here. Don't really like him checking back this one on the turn. It don't matter anyway. I also think Julio should bet the turn. And Kasim, I don't like how either player played this hand. Funny comment there by Jaxie. Cam says, you tell them, Dan. I'm telling them. I don't like how either player played that hand. It's just topsy-turvy and backwards for my liking. And then you wait till the river to bluff catch there. It's just not a good hand to bluff catch with the clubs out. There's just way too many hands to beat us, right? So you get your information by betting on the turn, not checking and hoping to win with ace high there, especially when you have a 6 for a straight blocker. And we can get better hands to fold on the turn, better ace X, etc. I would presume so anyway. KM makes a good point there. You have to remember 250 buy-in live is like a $20 on GG, but without the GTO wizard, kids. Yeah, I agree. That's why I don't like ripping into people's play too much. I like to just say what I see. I always say on this channel, you know, this is very much an amazing environment for recreationals to play. Probably the best in Europe. Where else would you get it? 250 buy-in, generating a massive prize pool of over 300k and over 50 grand for the winner. We'll get back to that in a minute here because we've got significant action. UA with the Queen 10. Turn is the 5 of hearts. Marcel with a lot of outs. Big pot here. Big moment for Marcel, but the 10 of hearts hits the river, and we say goodbye to Marcel in 10th place. UA game, dangerous man to be given chips to, is now playing 11.4 million. Alan F. Poker with the raid. Thanks for the raid, buddy. Hope you're well. We're going on a break, folks. It's going to be a very fun final table in store. We've got some fan favourites still in the field. UA game, Sippy. We've got some big stacks like Kasim, for example, who's played some very interesting hands. It's going to be action-packed final table. See you all in a few moments. We'll be right back.
Amateur power player, that means you are dangerous. Yeah, but you are doing very well in tournament yellow. Yeah? Could be better, eh? Could be better.
Might have a problem tomorrow. You take 2 or 4.
Yeah.
So I might have to move the
You are too
table.
good. You're too good. You have
So I don't know. If I'm here, it's fucked. I have to run all the way down there. Fuck. Right here.
It's
crazy.
Straight first draw.
Full house.
Yeah, 8 of spades. What's straight flush? Huh?
Ooh. 7 of spades.
Spades.
7 of spades, I say 7. I stay calm, baby.
You get champagne from the casino.
Yeah.
You don't have a spade?
Yeah, but he has straight flush.
Oh oui, oh. Ouais, j'ai pas vu.
T'as pas vu la quête flush?
Non.
Fait mal la quête flush.
Never easy.
Et je te jure, je me dis, ouais, il joue pas le set de pique.
Il joue tout lui. Il joue des foules, il joue des couleurs. Attendez. Waouh.
I don't want to fly, I stay to see that this come is straight, I hope.
Two chains. Not playing Yo's game site. Mucking the 8-3. Yo Viral's game, that is.
Yeah, you guys covered 4 days of those cash game streams from right here in Rozvadov. Massive pots were exchanged, by the way, right here on this channel.
€400,000 pot going Santosh Savanant's way.
Remember that one. Well, as impressive as 400,000 or 400,000 euro pots may be, how about the 1.5 million euros that one of these remaining 70 players will be claiming in a 10K buy-in, no less.
Ladder secured. Everyone guaranteed 22,000 for their efforts. Speaking of efforts, Clezzy's trying to get this through here. I don't think it's going to work. Small blind V button. Montagnoli with an interesting decision. Yeah, I think flat is just the play. We get to keep in hands that we have dominated. Weaker ace X and jack X.
Ace
Okay,
5
dealer.
deuce as we get ourselves a real collision. Top pair against the second nut flush draw. Note, by the way, that this is the first involvement from the new arrival here at this feature table.
You just get water. You just get water to drink.
Insane flop. 330 in the middle.
We play here 2 label, 1 label.
2 levels.
2 labels. Can I get the 1 still water and 1 sparkling
Early.
water, please? Thank you.
Fresh to the feature table. Unaware of most of these players, how they've been playing. We obviously just have a very clear-cut call here and make the tougher decisions across turn and river.
110,000 does get called. 220 more into the middle. Pot growing to over 500,000. And now we add a gut shot to the equation for Klezis.
Yeah, Klez is now probably recognizing that this is a genuinely strong range. 6s, 7s, 8s, I think we can remove. I think we hear from 10s and jacks pre-flop. Ace Queen O, a concern. Ace Jack O. Ace King we also hear from. We're blocking King High and Queen High flush draws that perhaps fold turns, so do we check in the hopes that the Austrian checks back, we get to realise? Or do we just try and bulldoze our way through this one?
You see Montagnoli mulling it over here.
Nice hand to check, I think. Looks like he's reaching for a small bet. Yeah, 1/3 pot. Just kind of setting the price for himself to just always be able to check behind. I wonder if this small bet actually induces Klezis to jam the king-queen. All options on the table. If he thinks the Austrian has fold equity.
This is so nasty. This is exactly what we didn't want to have happen. And you see a snap fold from that ace-jack.
Oh, if we're going to bet turn to then snap fold, a self-inflicted wound. Especially again, broken record, but the structure of this tournament, 90-minute clocks.
So forgiving.
Can just get away with doing a lot more flatting there.
The deck running rich now, and unfortunately on this occasion for Rosilio, his is a blend not quite as rich as that which has paid a visit to Neugebauer. 2 kings. And this is really going to look suspect, Henry. The guy's just V-pipping at levels that one never ever assumes is 100% credible. When will someone dig in?
Well, Rosilio only joined this feature table 30 minutes ago or so, but...
Yeah, he's unaware.
I mean, has he seen enough, though? I mean, this guy's been involved. Does all the money find its way in the middle? Low jack V +1.
Does not. Rosilio playing it as a flat call, and there are problems on the horizon for him. Top pair, top kick. No spade on board. The 10 is relevant. Neugebauer with the overpair.
I mean, this is just going to be showers, right? 360 out there.
It's hard to imagine worlds in which Rosilio's fate is not somewhat predetermined, bar improvement.
120.
Continues for 1/3 on a very wet and connected board.
But one he's not fearful of, in particular given the presence of the King of Hearts.
There really aren't many great turn cards for us, even with ace-queen. Only king, jack, heart gets uncomfortable.
Yeah, it's the cards 7 and below that are in a heart, really, that are the cozy ones. But maybe if he plays this as a flat and something damp enough surfaces on the turn, there are escape hatches available. Ace of hearts, jack of hearts. Well, the ace obviously would hit Rosilio, forgive me, but let's see. Check raise to 290, the fuse is lit here. Do we ask for the rest now?
I think we do. Don't hate trapping, but there's enough out there already to just play for it all as he does announce himself.
Yep. And Rosilio obviously not in love. The jam here, the instances in which we beat the opposition, I think is the ace-jack, ace-king of hearts sort of kit.
To take another 2 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, looks like a bit of Posturing perhaps for pay jumps. There isn't any on the horizon.
Yeah, 53 remaining. We're going to be at a flat 27,100 all the way up until 47th when we get a jump of about 3,600.
I mean, I say posturing. I do apologize. This is a genuine decision here. This isn't just for a pay jump. This is for a potential 2 million chip pot with 52 players left and 1.5 million for first. We've got top, and our opponent's jammed on us, but he can't get away from it, Ali.
Yeah. And it goes. Wow. 2 to come. He still has 20 equity, but a 4-1 dog for his tournament life here in the main is Hen Rosilio, the late arrival here at this feature table up against the Austrian Neugebauer, who has his sights set on the 2.1 million in the middle.
We move to inside. What our table number? Oh, okay.
Turn is as dry as it gets. A veritable Kalahari desert in the form of the deuce of clubs. Can Rosilio find the needed queen or ace? On his feet. Doesn't appear particularly optimistic. Maybe trying to use a little reverse psychology with the deck. Ineffectively, though. Jack of diamonds.
One more hand.
Will polish off his remains.
One more hand.
And that'll do it. For Hen Rosilio, 52nd place, 27,100. Ask yourselves whether or not you'd find the escape with ace-queen in the spot.
Alrighty, folks, we're back, and it is time for the final table of the 250 Dutch Classics main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. I spy with my little eye. Grecu is in the house. Wasn't expecting to see him. That makes the final table even more interesting. We've seen him get obliterated with bad beats. Well, I say bad beats. I mean, it's a cooler. One of them where he wanted to fold King's Pre, but he couldn't bring himself to do it, and it was very understandable given that he'd lost a huge pot with aces. That guy is an awesome, savage beast of a player, and this makes for very interesting, action-packed content. We've got Grecu and Sippy at the same table, who will obviously know each other's games. Clearly friends. I've seen them talk amongst themselves before. We have Kasim with 76 bigs, Roddy with 48, UA Game with 46, Martin with 34, Grecu 19, Mater Suima with 19, Julio with 18, Enzo with 15. Actually, sorry, Enzo has been eliminated, so that's actually Sippy. So seat 8 at this FT is Sippy, not Enzo. And running is our shortest stack with 13 bigs. So 5 players at this FT with 20 big blinds or less. That's something to take note of. The bigger stacks should be pounding the shorter stacks, but it can all change in one hand, as you well know. They would have chipped up. Those pink chips are $500,000 a pop. And it is all to play for. €3,425 is the current payout. All chasing that first prize of €46,200. Sippy flopping best here. Sippy deciding what he wants to do here. I think there's additional value to be had from a jack or even a king or some weaker ace-x type holding. It is under the gun against big blind and we are 9-handed. If I'm going to bet to set up a river jam, I would bet around 775. KM says 850, and 850 is the bet. Winner all right, winner all right. Any small sizing that sets up a river jam, or at least a perceived river jam, is going to be a good sizing. Wilpo says I could call him Chi Pri Un if I want. Is that the best way? Because I seen people calling him Sippy in the chat, so I'm just going with what I'm told. Ciprian. Ciprian. How's that for you, lads? He is one of my favourite players, top 10 for sure to commentate on. So, want to get that one right. Ciprian. Just seen some people calling him Sippy in the chat there all day and last night as well, so I just followed suit. Always happy to correct a pronunciation once it's brought to my attention, as you all know. But we have to have a bit of crack with it first. And Ciprian is going to take down that biggish pot, especially big considering his stack size. And they're all important, of course, at this late stage. What an FT we have. Don't forget, top 4 finishers will get that 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe main event. AM says, can we get a one-liner too whilst you're at it? I'm not a jukebox. They will have to come out over time. But thank you for your request. Was dealing with an issue there on the break, actually, KM, and whoever else is in the chat. My air fryer just went on fire, so I almost didn't make it back. Nearly became a burning man. A burning man in the middle of winter. It just decided it had had enough and decided to light on fire. Come on, baby, light my fire. Needless to say, my chicken was harmed in the making of that video. Now, my belly is not as full as it should be. I don't even know if it was as good as a Philips. I think it was cheap sheet. And Ciprian is going to complete his option. Gonna go check. Or UA Games going to check his option. No check. Ace, Queen, 10. Both players with second pair. KM says I should get a new air fryer from the King's merchandise store. Oh, God. Save myself 15%. If I use the promo code FRYER. From the frying pan into the fryer. Chop it up, boys.
It's blue card, okay. Black's okay. Red? Red. Guys, you blind. 100, 300.
the boys chop it up. The blinds go up. 150 is now the small blind. 300 is now the big blind with a 300k running big blind. Andy, that's 150, 300, 300. Average stack close to 8 million. Very close indeed. Martin is going to min raise from the hijack. Kasim is going to call in the cutoff. Ace Jack against Queen 10. Wow. Cyprian shoving with the fours. This is going to be a very tough spot here for Martin because Ace Jack is very high up at his range. And he knows that Cyprian is capable of doing this light, but ICM considerations at play here. It is for a considerable portion of his stack. It's 15 big blinds total. Martin might decide to protect what he's got left here with 26 bigs and find a better spot. And Martin does get out of the way. KM with some good points here, saying he might gamble because the chip leader has position on him and it's not a great spot to be in. But I think maybe Ace Jack suited or Ace Queen is going to play a bit better there. I don't know. It depends how wide you think the button is shoving here. Just a good spot for him to take it down. This is the most amount of blinds I've seen this man with in about 2 days now. And KM saying that there's 8 nationalities at this FT. Yeah, something I don't usually overlook, but I was more concerned with their chip stacks. We've got the Czech Republic, we've got Germany, we've got France, we've got Russia, we've got the Netherlands, we've got Romania, Serbia, and Spain. Wow. Fantastic disparity between the nationalities. All together under one roof. We're all together in the same boat. Great friendly atmosphere at the King's Resort, no matter where you're from. One to watch at this FT is Greco. Greco defending. Kasim. A bet here with 5-4 offsuit. Bit of a wide open. Does flop an open ender, but he's got the arse end of it, as we say in Ireland. And for Greco, he's got the higher end of it. No spade in his hand. Will call one. Turn is the 7 of spades. And this board is going to smack the perceived defending range of Greco more so than the opening range of Kasim. Now they both can have a lot of hands on this board. I actually thought that might be a really good card for Greco to rep there and bet like $1 million into his opponent. Instead, Kasim is going to bet $1 million. AM says that's how you know Ciprian is the real deal, hanging in there with 15 big blinds for 2 days. Yeah, that's a very good point. Yeah, you see this time and time again. Cream rises to the top. How bad do you want it? How bad do you want to survive and stay in there and be the scrappy underdog? Come back and face adversity time and time again. That's the difference. That's what separates the men from the boys. Can't be barking like a big dog if you pee like a puppy. Now, there's your catchphrase, KM. You asked, you waited patiently, you got it. And Ciprian with a real hand here, ace king off suit. And Roddy, going to call in the cutoff here. Pocket fives. You might remember Roddy from last night. Had a rocky sort of a day. Also, he done well to bounce back off his stack size. He was paying 10 bigs and below for a while. And I would expect the pocket ace to shove here. It's an ideal spot to do so. Instead, he just calls for 450. Don't really like this. You're going to be in no man's land the majority of the time with a middling pair like this out of position against two players. Way prefer this as a jam. And this could spell disaster for Roddy. Depending on how committed he is to this, he has an overpair to the flop here on the 4-4-3. I'm not sure what Swima is doing leading. I would prefer to check jam off this stack depth. Turn is a 3.
That's 700.
It's Roddy going to bet 700k here on the double pair board. Swima has to know he's not up against much hands that contain a 4 or 3 in them, unless it was Quadzilla in the house. So Roddy could have an ace high type hand just trying to protect and / maybe get some value from a straight draw or a flush draw. If Swima just decides to fold here, no, he goes for it. And for Roddy, hard to see how he's behind here, but it's also hard to see how he's ahead. The double pair board, again, it's extremely unlikely that Swima has a 4 or 3 in his hand, unless it was Quadzilla. So, for 2 million more, I think I'd feel compelled to call with what is still an overpair to the board. You would expect hands like 6s, 7s, and 8s plus to rejam pre.
So Roddy felt like he had to call it off there. Oh, Swima is the small blind KM. There's a player to act behind him. Swima does win a very nice pot. Ace is here for Martin, raising under the gun. We're 3 million in the pot here on the King 6-4 deuce. Kasim should be done with this hand. Will be now. Martin has bet 1.8 million. Also, has to be said, I don't like Kasim's call there, Pre. He's a bit of a strange fish, our Kasim. Pulls off some nice bluffs and has been aggro, but then you see him playing a limping strategy in spots where he certainly shouldn't be, and that call pretty ludicrous there considering the raise coming from under the gun, calling under the gun +1 with ace-8 offsuit. Not something you should try at home. Hey, if we all played the great game of No Limit Hold'em tournaments the same way, it would be very boring. And I'd be out of a job. Romantic Batman asks, are these people pros? Not as professional as Batman. Reku going for the shove with the ace-queen offsuit. Sorry, to answer your question, Romantic Batman. I love the name, by the way. It's the 250 Dutch Classics main event live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. These guys are playing for over 50 grand. There is about 3 well-known faces here who you could consider a pro or have certainly been at final tables bigger than this one before. There are some new faces. Because it's 250 buy-in, it attracts so many recreationals from around Europe and indeed the world. So it will be the biggest opportunity for about 6 players at this table to win the most amount of money in their life and get their biggest accolade in their poker career. I hope that kind of clears up your question. If you want to know who you're dealing with, UA Game is one to watch out for, Greku is one to watch out for, and most certainly Ciprian Ponescu from Romania. It's not to say that the other players don't know what they're doing, but I wouldn't put them in the professional poker player category. Anis is in the house, says, yo guys, good evening, Anis. Now, Greku has 16 bigs with jacks after taking down that last hand. I think he just wants to be min-raising this one. Jack's going to be very strong to raise call. Granted, there is a lot of ICM at play. This guy's a gangster, knows exactly what he's doing. So if he just wants to rip. Now, having said that, he knows exactly what he's doing. He does let his emotions get the better of him sometimes. It just depends what mood he's in. But I love some of the bluffs I've seen him run over the last 2 years or so. Just decides he doesn't want to raise call it. He's just going to straight up jam. He's just going to take down the blinds and antes the majority of the time, but it is risky business shoving that many blinds from under the gun into 8 players. It doesn't matter. Gets the job done, scoops the booty, and the world keeps on spinning.
And that's good awareness there by Roddy, 3-betting. Updated the chip counts. Kasim with 60 in pole position. UA with 35 in second place. Suima with 33. Martin with 30. Roddy with 29. Greco with 17. Ciprian with 15. Julio with 12. And Runnin, who we haven't seen much of yet, is the shortest stack at this final table with 8 big blinds. The pressure is on. You could cut the tension with a knife. Like I've already said, a lot of recreationals remaining in the field. Amazing opportunity for them to win a big wad of cash. ICM pressure so significant with 9 remaining. Now, Julio with 12 bigs. One of the shortest stacks, all right, but with ace-5 suited, normally you would jam this one. But I wouldn't be shocked to see him fold, considering the ICM considerations. Sorry, just said the word considerations. The difference, even surviving one player, just was trying to do 2 things at once there, is from €3,425 to €4,425. So the difference between surviving one more elimination is €1,000, which is 4 buy-ins, which is a lot to take. Lot to think about when you're making your decisions and your shoves and whatnot. Swima going for the 3-bet pre here. This pot's spiraling out of control. Goes for the 3-bet pre. Makes it too small. Kasim calls in position and has all the chips. Swima forced to make a small c-bet on the 7-7-3. Kasim has 2 overs and a flush draw. Says, not today, pal. If you want to play for it all, then so be it. I'm all in. Swima will eventually fold. Trying to save some face as to what sort of a holding he had. It's easy to say, just muck your hand, idiot, when you're watching from home. If you do it too quick, they might pound on you in a similar spot. So, although I'm totally against people taking too much time with their decisions, every now and again, you don't want to act too fast. And I will be the poker police in what I think is the right amount of time. There's been a few times in the chat where I've said, why is he taking so long? And I've addressed it. If it's someone doing that every hand, I totally understand. I would have a big issue. But once in a while, it's okay to him and haw and make your opponent think you are stronger than you are. Jaxie with a good comment there. Kasim's style of play screams an impending overplay. Ciprian seat draw is decent, but UA game on his left and Kasim on his right. We did just go over to YouTube there to have a look. We have over 500 people tuning in on there as well. Up near 1,000 again on this Monday evening. Savage numbers so far in 2024. Great to see it. Did see one comment all right in there saying this this commentator thinks he's an expert when he talks shit for a living. Well, you're the one typing in the chat box, buddy, so joke's on you. UA game going to call the 850 here. And turn card not so good with 3.5 million in the middle. Swima catching up. And I guess his plan should be to bet around 1.4 million. Something around that area that sets up a 4 million river jam. And lo and behold, he goes for almost that exact sizing, 1.35. This sizing gets UA game to commit the chips. River is the 9 of clubs. That's what I'm saying. That 4 million into 6.2 on the river. Such a nice sizing. Stack to pot ratio. Less than 1-to-1, of course. Just 13 bigs remaining. Not an ideal river, by the way, for Suima, but considering he's got the jack of spades in his hand, he blocks the straight significantly. Loses the hands, of course. Like, okay, this is exactly what he's afraid of. He doesn't want to. He's going for super milky sizing to get paid because he doesn't think he'll get paid if he goes all in. And has to be said, Mater Suima getting pretty much max value. Obviously, a run out and the turn card helping him significantly. He was behind on the flop, but that's knowing his opponent. A lot of players set that river jam up, which I thought he was doing when he bets more than 1 million on the turn. But he just felt like in that moment he can't get paid much more than what he bets, so he bets a mil and gets called. Floyd on the moon says, side question, how does one learn to become a dealer? You got to grow up in the projects. You got to know the right guys on the right corners, and you got to start working from an early age. No, you just have to go through some training. I'd say you could teach someone how to be a decent dealer in, I would say, a few hours a day, maybe a weekend at most. But in terms of getting good at it, it could take a long time. I did it before for one day and I decided I was never doing it again. So that was the extent of my career. And Jaxie says, Kings have a dealer's academy. Yeah, that's an important point, actually. Like, the bigger places, when they have so many employees, like, you could just get trained in. Dan Fox says he really wishes they had timers in every tourney though, and time chips players can use. I think I'm doing this over 18 months now, and there is less than 10 times where I've been like, this is ridiculous, he needs to hurry up, I can't believe this is going on again. And I think the players like that they don't have time bank chips for the most part, because they're allowed to take their time and have respect for the amount of time they should be taking with their decisions. I don't think it's too excessive. As soon as people start getting out of line with how long they're taking, the clock gets called, and I've seen that time and time again. Excuse the pun. Meanwhile, back at the ranch, Julio is going to find himself all in against Suima. Big pot here. Suima running good at this FT so far, and we might have our first bust out of the final table. Suima almost 80% to eliminate Julio in 9th place. And that's not a good start for Suima. Wow, the turn is the king of spades. Always a surprise around the corner at kings. Queen on the flop, king on the turn. River is the 7 of diamonds. What an important turn card there for Suima, considering he hated that flop. He did have the king of hearts as a backup with the flush draw, but didn't need it. King of spades rolls off instead. And now he's playing over 16 million. Or just under, over 15 anyway.
I didn't even look at it. I know it wasn't. Yes, I understand the rules. I understand the rules, mister. Noi smo imali kartu, nie było moje gdzie, tam zgłosiło to, ale nie ma szans, nie ma ja już takie do widzenia. Nie wiem, co jest nie była.
Not this year, right? No, I guess it's still card.
I'm telling you because there's another player who said that the card flashed. I didn't even look at it. I was just stacking my chips.
Maybe this box. Maybe this box. You don't see the card? Change card. Because maybe everyone don't see card. Maybe see card.
The question is, was it possible for somebody to see the card?
That is not possible.
The dealer said it was not possible. What is it? Robocop is here to decide is it possible or not. The card flashed. He jumped all the way here and it flashed. I didn't see it and I didn't look at it. I just threw it away. I don't understand. We even discussed it now. We have one player saying that card flashed, the other one that nobody could see it. I don't understand. You are making wrong decision. That's what I'm saying. I don't give a fuck about one can. There you go. But tell me, explain me in arguments. Okay, you ask me for my opinion. It is my card. Okay, it is my card. Okay, listen to me now. You come here. You listen to player number 6.
Perhaps someone can enlighten me because I'm not sure what's going on. Obviously, some sort of an issue. A lot of money at stake here.
It jumped all the way here. It is not possible for him to be a judge of that. That's what I'm saying. Not him, not him. Ask anybody with brains in this table. I don't give a check camera for what? Check camera for your sake.
Looks like we had a flasher running across the pitch. Jaxie says toss pottery. Funny because we were just talking about dealers. Obviously, flashing cards happens from time to time. I feel sorry for Running, who had kings. Hard to get action when everyone's doing their own thing away from the felt. 8 players remaining. Blinds have just gone up. Small blind 200k, big blind 400k with a 400k running big blind ante. That's 200, 400, 400.
Tough situation. There are 8 players remaining, all guaranteed a minimum of €4,425. Next pay jump is from €4,425 all the way up to 6,200. Significant difference, and the pay jumps are just going to get bigger from here on out. So you went with ace 10 of spades. Average stack about 22 bigs now. Couple of shorties. Ciprian all in from the button. And whoa, UA Game is going to stack off here. He is browned off. Not expecting to see this. Yes, he's got an ace. Yes, he's facing a button shove, but significant ICM considerations that he is ignoring. Ciprian, nothing he can do. If he loses, he loses. It's basically a coin flip. He was hoping to take that one down successfully, but UA Game decided he'd had enough. King Deuce 3 is the flop. Turn is the 10 of diamonds. A lot of outs to be dodged on the river. That's not one of them. It's the 3 of spades, the 3 of hearts, eliminating Ciprian. I got a feel for him there. I've really enjoyed watching him play the last 2 days.
Yeah, really got a feel for Ciprian, playing very well the last few days. Not supposed to get called in that spot. Yui Game is going all in for 10 million. And Ciprian will take home €4,425 for his efforts, and seven-handed now, all guaranteed a minimum of €6,200. So, Jaxie makes a good point there. He says a card flashed and one player said he seen the colour, another said he didn't see what it was. Obviously he's sitting at a different angle. Point is, when someone says they seen something and says it to the dealer, then it's a new deal. No argument. TD is called over to confirm and Villain decides he doesn't like the ruling and insults the TD. 1 orbit penalty is the norm. I mean, casinos are very different, Jaxie, around the world. And I assure you, you're dealing with the highest level of professionalism at the King's Resort. So whatever they say goes. I just think it was terrible. Your man picking up kings with 6 bigs and no action. Kasim losing some more chips. That man there winning a lot of pots and has a lot of pink chips in front of him. They're all $500,000 each. He is becoming one to watch. And Jaxie says, absolutely, Dan, couldn't agree more. Top staff. Greco all in from the button. Yeah, I just think emotions are heightened. I've seen a lot of comments coming in the chat there. I can't be reading them all. I'm trying to concentrate on the action. I don't think it's a big enough reason to lose the head like UA has done. That ace deuce was a clear indication that he'd had enough and wanted to either double up or go home. And Kasim doing his limping again. I don't like doing it when we've got this much chips, you see, but oh, whoa, whoa. What is going on? I did not think he would be calling that. I was about to say, if he's limping these kind of hands and people shove on him for sub 10 bigs, he can kind of get away from it. He prices himself in more when he goes for a min raise or 2.5x to a mil. Kasim deciding he wants to gamble here. This is a crazy gamble, and call it crazy, still has almost 30% equity to eliminate the toughest player remaining in Greco. Greco, remember, stormed off last week. He'd had a very unlucky run out or two. This could be ugly for him. Turn is the 5 of clubs. It's looking okay now as we hit the river. 8.8 million in the pot. Dangerous man to be giving chips to. River is the ace of diamonds. Greco will sit back down, getting gifted. I mean, we say gifted, you're still worrying about the run out when your opponent has live cards. Team under the gun. 3xing now. There's an air of impatience around this table. Like people want to get this over with. It is one of the more fast-paced, action-packed events. But there's a lot of money on the line. People are entitled to take their time with their decisions. Big Nick says that guy looks like a fat Conor McGregor.
Must say, Ferris asked, is cursing allowed in this chat? Not particularly. You go for it there and see what happens. Connor is indeed juicy and puffy these days. Average stack now over 10 million. UA wins another one. Jeez, he looks peed off. Playing 33 big blinds. I mean, we can say he's looking peed off, but he is well able to play this game. And if he starts putting the foot on the gas and applying aggression in the right ways, he is going to be very dangerous to try take chips off him if he's got a stack. If he's going to play that wild, aggressive style. Lesmo says UA won the pot. Why is he throwing chips to the dealer? Perhaps he had to give back change. Sometimes that can be the case. And posting his ante for the next hand, whatever the case may be. Yeah, Apocalypse will be having none of your cursing. That man runs a tight ship. Even if he is recovering from his wrestling extravaganza with the Royal Rumble at the weekend. Even if he does have WrestleMania 42 in his thought process. I don't know what WrestleMania it is. I presume it's around about 30 years at this stage. Surely. I mean, I'm 34. I'm watching wrestling since I'm about 5. Okay, maybe 8. I don't even know. Very young. Older than 5, less than 10. This year is 40. Okay, so it wasn't too far off in the slightest. I would say it was a great educated guess, really, considering I'm uneducated on this matter. I'll take it. I'll stick to what I know. No problem. Running all in from the hijack with 3.5 bigs, and UA is going to gamble here with Jack 10 suited, surely. I don't even think it's a gamble. It's a very nice hand to crack a 3.5 big blind stack. And that's a fantastic start for running. Oh, wow. Sickness for running. And he's gone. UA eliminates another player. That's sick. Thinks he's got there on the river with trips. Got a feel for him there. And he does get eliminated in 7th place, and that means we are going to go 6-handed now. Unlucky, sir, good game. You will take home €6,200 for your efforts. That means 6 players remain. All guaranteed a minimum of €8,100.
UA shoving on the lads in the blinds. Raise and take it, or jam and take it. I'm telling you, he's a dangerous man to be giving chips to. Now he's playing 42 big blinds over 17 million. If he's in this mood, he could just start steamrolling. Look, he's nipping on Matterswima's toes, tail, whatever you want to call it. Heels, nipping at his heels, we'll go with. The top three playing pretty similar in chips, and then Grecu with 20 bigs, Martin with 18, and Roddy with 14. King 3 deuce is the flop. Cassim betting 1.2 million with his top pair. And UA puts his ace queen in the muck. Wow, that's happened very fast. Swima, all he had to do was click that call button, 12 million in the pot. Roddy with pocket tens. What a run Swima is having at this FT so far. You got a feel for Roddy. He lost a huge pot with aces last night as well. Span it up all day, clearly. Set. It's never easy. He's wagging his finger. Roddy looking for a heart. Turn is the three of spades. No joy. Has he got the heart and the commitment on this river? Or is it all over for Roddy? It's all over for Roddy. Hard to beat the aces. Great game for Roddy there. Enjoyed commentating on his play. Takes down a nice sum of cash for a 250 buy-in. I'm sure we'll see him again. That was funny, says Must Save Ferris. Lots of funny moments throughout the day. If you're tuning in to Poker Room Kings on Twitch or YouTube, of course. Important to note, on YouTube it's called Kings Resort, not Poker Room Kings. 5 remaining, and we are looking at one of the biggest bubbles in poker at the King's Resort. The difference between 5th and 4th is about 4 grand. Difference is between 14,200 from 10,950, so about 3.5 grand there. But that's not all. The difference is also 10,000 euro, the value of the World Series of Poker Europe main event ticket. So you're looking at the guts of a 14 grand jump between 5th and 4th. So it's squeaky bum time here at the King's Resort, live from Rosvedov. Let's see what happens. You don't want to play for this many days. Secure this kind of payout for yourself and miss out on that 10k ticket. Ivan asks, do you know if the person that wins the ticket can get the money? No, you got to play with your first bullet. That's the rules. That's the deal. Lesmo is asking, how many players in the main event? 128. It's good that you're asking about the World Series of Poker Europe main event, because my homework this week, setting myself homework throughout the year here, trying to watch one live event a week. Now, sometimes it just won't happen. I simply won't want to see any more poker, but I did complete 8.5 hours of Leon's Yo Viral with Leon at the table around his 50th birthday. And Rob Young was at the table as well, and Elkie. So that was what I did last week. I watched like 2 hours a day for four days. Get through like the guts of a 10-hour stream. But if you can do that for a week there, I'm going to start watching the main event. And there was a hell of a lot more entries than 128. And all the reruns are on YouTube. You've got the professional commentators for those kind of events. You'll miss me when I'm gone. That's all I'll say. No, but obviously the guy's doing a phenomenally stellar job. I don't care who's on the mic before me. Don't care who's on after me. When I've got the mic, it's my time. UA. All in the 1.2 mil from Kasim. So what I was trying to say, Lesmo, you can find all the reruns there. I'm going to watch them myself. And it was 1.5 million for the winner there in 2023 for the World Series of Poker Europe main event. So it's just massive amounts of money that can be won, as you would expect for a 10k buy-in. I think Lesmo was on about the actual main event of the World Series of Poker Apocalypse, not this particular event itself. I already told him how many entries were in this one, but thank you nonetheless. 1,435 entries for a €250 buy-in at the tail end of January is just staggering numbers yet again. Back now 14 mil with 5 remaining. Let's get down to some poker. Yes, Desmo, I get paid 1.5 million to be here per session, of course, yeah. I've got a Tesla, a Bugatti, and a Lambo outside and all, sure. Funny man. So, Greco wants to be jamming this one, even if he is on the bubble.
Hold on, Lesmo. I'll just call my my maid there. I'll go into another one of my rooms. I pretend I'm not in a box room here, commentating from my parents' house in the Midlands of Ireland. Lesmo redeems himself there with a joke aside, mate. You're doing a great job. Keep it up. Thank you very much. Nice to have you with us. See you there today and yesterday. I'm telling you, we've got many new names coming into the chat, especially on Twitch. Stating themselves, saying how much they like the channel, seeing that they're tuning in, not just one day, the next day, and then they're coming back the following weekend. It's great to see. We're all about building the game, building the channel. Thank you very much. And we like jokes, we like to have fun here, we like to interact with the chat. Not all the time, of course, but as much as I can, while still my Hawkeye on the feature table. Hard to do both on your own, but we get the job done. We keep the bus driving, don't we, folks? Rima, I'm going to take that one down. He's now playing 25 mil. Glad Joe says he just realized who the gentleman with the full hoodie reminded him of Tuco from The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. I thought you were on about Tuco Salamanca from Breaking Bad. If you like those kind of narco dramas, watch Griselda Blanco at the weekend. It was phenomenal. Thank you for your comment, Jackie. I'm definitely committed. Clearly. But yeah, you can make a meteoric rise. You apply yourself to anything, I believe. Why shoot for the moon when you can reach to the sky? You put your feet on the moon when you're on the way to the sky, I suppose. Meanwhile, Casino betting 1.5 million here on the turn. Really don't like this bet at all. But simply because that 9 of clubs competes. Flush draws, straight draws, 2 pair combinations. All we have is ace and 6, even if it is suited. And if he fires here, UA obviously going to come over the top. Ace King, the only hand that beats him, and he doesn't have that. What's he going to do? Min raise? I'm going to raise to 6 million. You can see him getting out of line here in this hand, in my opinion. Losing to go to 5 mil more than he should have. Especially given the dynamic and what's at stake here, the difference between 5th and 4th. It's easy when we can see the card, know exactly what way people are playing, etc. But that is just the wrong man, wrong time. Especially against a guy who's shown to be stubborn and he's trying to get this over with. You know the way he's been playing. You know what's after happening. That's even more of a reason to have awareness and acknowledgement towards your opponent out of position there on the river. Turn payout over 5 figures. All players should be so proud how far they've come in this event. We're through 1,430 entries total. Martin takes down the blinds and antes. Jaxie with another great comment. Says you really enjoy your analysis, Dan. Great knowledge and awareness and stamina considering the slog. Thank you very much for your comment, Jaxie. I will say sometimes now it can be slower than others. Given that we're from Ireland, I think you know what I mean there. I'm usually faster on the Monday than the Sunday, shall we say. But championship rounds, I am a champion and we don't quit at half time. Speaking of not quitting at half time, seems like a good time to mention what's coming up in February. King's Resort. If you like the content that's been going on in January, you are going to be spoiled as fans in February. Next weekend, we've got the Italian Poker Sport 1 million guaranteed for a €380 buy-in. Oh dear, Grecu has shoved 7 million from the small, and Swima wants to play big pot. Didn't even think about it, and he has Grecu in trouble. Oh, and Grecu could implode here. He's had a few unlucky runs recently at this resort. And Evans going to be good enough to call there, but geez, with this dynamic and ICM, Sevens definitely needed a bit longer than 3 seconds before snapping. 14.4 million in the middle here. Here we go. Grecu's seen it all before. Is there to be an ace from space? Not on that flop. King 10-8. Turn is the king of spades. And the river is the three of hearts. And Grecu has been eliminated, and he must be steaming that he misses out on that 10k ticket after that spin. What a warrior he is, by the way. Him and Cyprian can grind 20 bigs all day, it seems. Grecu is more of a guy, though. Wants to have all the chips or none. But having said that, the last few times I've seen him, he's played quite patiently. That middling kind of stack. And Alias asks, what place did the Dutch guy finish in? I think he was 2 places ago, 6th or 7th. And that means 4 players remaining now. Swima is going to call. Blind v blind. Martin has secured a 10k ticket for himself, and this is a great spot in a 60-40 to get back to 12.2 million, which is good for just over 30 big blinds. Swima 42% with the King Jack of clubs. 8-8 deuce is the flop. Looking good for Martin so far. Turn is the 5 of hearts. I like Martin, he's got a pleasant disposition about him. Is he set to have over 30 bigs with 4 remaining? He is. And Swima, everything's gone his way so far. He can't be too disappointed he misses out on winning that pot. He's still playing a whopping 26 million, which is good for 65 bigs. And I got sidetracked there with all the action taking place, but €400 buy-in, 380 with a 1 million guaranteed next weekend. The Italian poker sport last year attracting well over 5,000 entries. I can't remember whether it was 5,000 or 6,000, but I was blown away when I seen the ticker in the top right hand corner. And then the weekend after that, we've got the Big Rap PLO with 2.6 million guaranteed, the Grand Big Rap. And then we've got the German Poker Days for you night owls out there. That one runs straight through the entire night. We don't come back on a Monday at all. We stay till the job's done. We'll get back to that in a moment. 8.8 million in this pot on the 4-7 Queen 7 Kasim with trips. Kasim with a house. Checks, and Swima up out of his chair. Feel like he wants to. He doesn't want to muck his cards. Yes, you lose, sir. And look how big the average stack is now. Even in the Dutch Classics, a testament to how good these structures are. The guts of 50 bigs, guys. Wow. UA game. With aces. Calls the mill. 988 is the flop, and it's going to be tough for Kasim to continue now. $1 million is the bet. He's donking in to UA game. That is risky business, to say the least. And the turn is the ace of diamonds.
And is Kasim going to keep trying to tell a story here, even though he's got some deuces? Oh my God, he's turning his hand into a bluff. $1.5 mil. Now that's not a great river at all for Kasim to continue telling a story. But UA Game trying to extract external value to the tune of $2.5 million. Kasim quickly folding. Martin with the min raise. Both players with a pair here. Bet 600k, and Swima is going to call. Turn, giving Martin enough flush draw to go with his top pair. Lesmo asked who was last out. I believe it was Greco. It was Greco. Greco was out in fifth. He shoved nearly 20 bigs, blind with ace-6 and ran into pocket sevens. Swima is going to get away from his hand here on the turn. And we are going to go on a break, folks. We're going to go on a break for about 12 minutes, roughly. You don't want to miss the end of this one. Could go on for a while yet. Players are still relatively deep. Which one of these four players will be your Dutch Classics main event champion? We will find out after the break. We'll be right back.
Buckman was watching this going, how come Martinson can't have all the fun? I'm the chip leader here.
Yeah, but he still has 6 million. It's okay. Martinson, once again, 2 10s. He's got the firepower to fight.
His arms must be getting tired, Randy.
Just kidding. I don't think he minds it.
We might have to relay the felt.
100.
Excuse me, can I touch my top phone? Yeah?
Looks like he'll be raising, taking this one.
Yeah, Chateau with King 3 offsuit. Such a poor hand.
No chance he's playing this. Is he? Okay, I'm sorry.
There we go, Randy.
It's surprising because he hasn't been wanting to play hands, but
He's seen enough. He's seen Martinson play every hand, though, I guess. Randy's decided, look, I'm going to make a stand here for one blind. I've got a short stack back.
he's had enough.
Yeah.
Didn't want to wait anymore. No flop.
Martinson top set. Because he needed a hit hand.
7 check.
Can Martinson find the check back, Randy? Against such a short stack.
I don't think he will, just because this board hits the big blind a little bit, right? 7, 6, gut shots.
Is it a tiny bet and trying to induce a check jam?
I think he comes in small because he has the best pieces of this board with top set. But rarely would he want to check back this flop.
Yushka.
65,000, the bet very small. And a switch
Oh my
check.
god, what is going on here? Made a move with just king 3 high, no backdoor hearts, and he's pretty much dusted. Looking for an 8 or 9 and a 9 to kind of chop this one up.
Wow, Randy. He knew it was the big blind's board. And he took advantage of that situation, or at least he thought he was going to, but instead, Martinson has him all but dead. Randy, what are we seeing?
Well, that's it.
That seals it. Chateau out in 27th. I mean, I always give credit to someone giving it a go, Randy, but that was spicy.
Just so many insane hands in this first frame of play.
Yeah, we've not been spoiled for action, Randy.
Why not? Rajanovsky's got ace-jack.
He's the man who's been at the heart of most of it.
Love this guy. Love to see him get some chips going his way. Drop in 4 blues. Make that 100K.
Yeah.
Ace Queen. Oh, he's just in trouble. I don't see a world where Rajanovsky gets away from this one against Ace Queen of Hearts.
Yeah, he's been opening all the hands. Now may meet resistance. And he may just decide ace jack suited. It's too much kit. Let's see though. Adamski.
Ah, he's grabbing those re-raising chips immediately.
4 ace. 250,000.
Does take up to 5 blinds. Which may give Rajanovsky the appearance that he could potentially
He might think, oh, I can peel this maybe. And if he peels, which he does, there is a chance he can just get away when he misses.
He's got no fear of playing these spots, Randy, with SBR of 1 or less than 1.
He was given a good price pre, to be fair.
Yeah. He's going to need to miss. Unless it's, of course, that jack or clubs. Well,
club. Followed by 2.
Here we go.
Clubs.
He's just announcing the stop and go, Randy. Stop and go for pot. Now, Adamski has to ponder this. Like, it's not ace-king, is it? Ace-king's jamming pre. So he's thinking, is it a hand like 7s or 5s that...
He pretty much has the nut no pair. He does have the backdoor hearts, which is helpful for added equity. If he's up against 2 clubs, he's doing okay, as you can see. Yes, the question is this opponent ever paired at this point? Hard to say. You know, Rajanovsky is hard to put on a hand.
Right, does it feel like against this player we just kind of have to shrug and call?
I would think you'd have to shrug and call. You need to wait how often you're up against like a flush draw or a pair. Even against a pair, you're not doing too bad with 2 overs and backdoor hearts.
If it's 5s, we're actually in pretty good shape. 7s,
If
Nines,
up against,
tens,
yes,
not-
counterfeit opportunities and smaller pairs, I think this is pretty much a slam dunk call.
Yeah, he does make it. I'm with him. I'd be calling, and he's going to see it's flipping. Of course, there is some chop equity.
Let's see, can he find a chance to stay in this tournament for Rajanovski, who's been the most active player at this featured table?
Yeah, we're not picking favourites in the booth, nothing against Adamski, but I want Rajanovski to stick around, so maybe a chop's fair.
Is that fair? Because that is the nut flush.
That'll do it. Double up via clubs. He's staring Adamski down even though he's just doubled up for him. I love it.
Ooh.
Here we go. Blind on blind against the action man. Got what, 13, 14 blinds and a monster.
This is a monster off of this stack of 13 blinds.
I guess we could raise it up.
I like a raise, but not all in, you know, say make it like 3 blinds or so. You want to charge the big blind to see free flops.
He's actually pretty unlucky from Tochi's point of view that no one's open before him, because this would be a lovely spot to get a jam in. Over and open, but as it is, he plays the hand he's dealt. Oh, and he's gone for the...
There is a chance that Rajanovski says, well, I've got an ace, it's blind versus blind, let me just rip it in.
He
Which
has gone all in.
Trouble.
Rajanovski's jam running into the 2 tens of Tochi. Of course, he is live with the over, as is often the case when you rip in an ace-x hand. One of those cards is going to be live, Randy.
Button the blazer.
Yeah. Glasses on or not for the all-ins, do we think?
Well, we do think that the 10s are good on this board.
5, 6, 7. A heart, a very bad card for him to see, reducing his outs to just the black aces. Tochi with a chance to get up to 1.4 million. That's what he's going to do. Very improbable from the 350k we saw him have a very short while ago. Now has quadruple that amount.
No need to bluff it all off with reckless abandon, which we're all guilty of from time to time. Now's not the time to do it.
73,000 euros locked. That'll be the payout for the next 2 spots, 13th and 12th. Final table will be set when we get down to 9.
Kings now for Sai. What's going on? They've all had some Haribo fizzy colas on break or something. I mean, rocket fuel.
Queen Jack being deliberated on by Poodle, who I think is just as aware as you and I in the booth here, Henry, as to how snug Tsai has been operating out there. Decides not to get cute as...
Money's just going in, Harley.
Yeah.
I mean, let's go. Back-to-back hands, the wheels have come off. Ladders round every corner.
Under normal circumstances, this ace-king would just be so sexy, but in the face of a snap call by 2 black kings...
Just gonna be bang bang.
Yeah.
Sayonara, Italy. Sai, the Italian assassin, if he can just hold here.
I believe Arrivederci Italy would have been more apropos, but I know... Yeah.
You know, I'm trying, okay? It's been a long month, Ali.
That it has. And it's also been a long day out here for Vito Vella. One that he hopes can continue, but an ace for the time being. That which would be required. 4-set continuation unavailable on the Queen 5-3 board.
Wow, something going on the outer table. We'll have to jump into the action over there after this.
Sure sounds that way.
Hello.
Wheel gutty now as we add deuces to the mix. 7 outs one time. Can Vella find extended play here in the main? He can't.
Queen 3 ще пошла инфа.
Raise one then. Set it up. So far.
And the ace king is going to take that one down. First hand back after the break. No point in 3-betting off that stack size against UA. Don't want to go post flop out of position with a hand that's vulnerable. I know it's ace king, but going to miss the flop enough of the time that you just want to take that one down pre with a jam. Alrighty. It's about that time. Who do you think is going to take down this title with 4 players remaining, all guaranteed that 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe, and all locked up a minimum of €14,200. It's an incredible payout for all players remaining so far, but we don't want to give you that. First prize is going to be €46,200. Incredible amount of money for the Dutch Classics main event, live from the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Top 2 almost dead even in chips. One big blind separating them. Then Martin in third place with 30 bigs, and Kasim not too far behind. So it's the top two very close in chips and the bottom two very close in chips. Big pay jumps to consider here. Now, difference between fourth and third is €5,000, which is 20 buy-ins when you think about it like that. Average stack still well over 30 big blinds, 36 bigs almost. So could be here for a while yet. The way these guys have been playing now, they might want to play some big pots now. They've secured that ticket, but just there's so much money still on the line, and the title, of course, and all the glory that goes with it. Excited to see what way this one unfolds and which one of these four players will be your main event champ. Let's find out. Kasim raising 3x from the small, and UA no mood to fold. And Kasim has got UA to fold before he even bet, it looks like. On the turn here, Martin catching up. Top pair for Kasim on the flop. 6.5 million in this pot, and Martin wants to bet an amount that sets up a river jam, unless he wants to go into check call mode to try pick off some bluffs. $3.8 million is the bet. What does Kasim make of this? I feel like we will see Kasim call a second time here. He's not loving it. Even his face would indicate that he's not too happy with this so far. 14 million in the pot now as we hit the river. Martin betting enough to put Kasim all in. Must say Ferris is out with the triangle. Indeed, buddy, indeed. Tough spot here for Kasim. I don't think he can call it off, considering he's got that Jack of Hearts is actually really bad for his hand, because he blocks some draws he would want his opponent to be barreling. So it just becomes a situation where we just have to let our hand go. Now, before people start going in the chat that he should have folded his hand by now, this is a legit tank, and he is seriously considering calling it off. But I do predict we will eventually see him fold. Eventually. Martin just has the better hand here too often. Another monster, ace king this time, min raising. Martin completing with 3-4 suited. That's going to be the end of that. aces for Swima. Gift says this guy is too much of a gambler to fold. Well, some call it gambling, some call it a skill game. You gotta have the luck factor on your side to put yourself in a position to get lucky, and then it's up to the universe to decide your fate. Great turn card here for Martin, picking up a lot of equity on the King 6, 8, 10 board with 4.5 million already out there. I wouldn't be shocked to see him just go for the lot here. It's a slight overbet. I say slight, you know, it's 5.5 into 4.5 basically. Easily gets a 6 or an 8 to fold, but perhaps if he goes for a sizing of about 1.5 million, it once again sets up a river jam of about 4 mil. Check is also an option. I don't really like check. If you miss, you just give your opponent the opportunity to win the pot. There's a lot of bad rivers that don't hit us. Yes, we have a lot of equity with an open ender, but I prefer to keep repping a strong hand in that particular scenario, especially with the Queen Jack blocking some of the pairs our opponent can have, or the kickers they can have with that pair. $8 million in this pot on the river here. UA is just going to take this one down. Apocalypse says he doesn't care for straight draws himself, especially on the turn. Flush draws maybe, but not as straight. You don't care for them, as in you want to use them as your barreling hands, or you want to try hit the straight. I guess if you're saying you don't care for the draw, so you want to keep barreling, then Yeah, I see what you're saying. Apocalypse says probably bluff, depending on the pot size, would prefer to fold. You're also saying it's not great with a flush draw out there. I understand. I just think poker's all about weighing up the options between the pros and the cons. And I think the pros of betting that turn compared to checking it. Pro wins. Team wins a small pot. Well, wasn't that small. They're all big pots at this stage, folks, with $500,000 out there every time for the big blind and $500,000 running big blind ante. Swima raising to 1.2 million. UA is going to call in the big blind with pocket tens. Swima bets. UA calls. Check. River is the 6. And I would go for tin value if I was UA on this river. Doesn't have to be too much, somewhere around 3 million. 2.5 even. Goes for 3. And I think Swima is going to be forced to pay the man. Beat some straight draws, beat some heart draws, beat some random bluffs, but I don't really think there's too many of them on that flop. But when we catch a piece of it on the river four-handed, I think we just have to pay the man. Does pay the man. UA now playing 26.6 mil, and Swima back down to around that 12 million zone. I would like to see UA game bluff that river, considering he misses everything. Probably doesn't get Swima to fold a 3 anyway, but you can't win there with 6 high. See him taking that one down with the ace king of spades. Martin in the small blind with king 6 offsuit is going to make it 1.6 million to go. I like that sizing from Martin. Just having a look here, he's impressed me so far. Martin Kucera, total live earnings of 19k. Kamikaze Boogie says, Action Man Dan and Apocalypse, good day to you both. Doing excellent work as usual. Cheers to you both. Thank you very much, Kamikaze Boogie. A well-built team won't be defeated. Martin going to bet 1 mil. You can tell all players remaining are a bit fatigued, but just need to keep their head in the game, remain composed and calm and confident. This is championship rounds. There's a lot of money on the line. Shy Bear don't get no honey. See him 3xing with the King Deuce of Diamonds. I don't think we would have seen him 3x this before. Obviously, he's in the cutoff with just 4 players remaining. And you see Swima figuring this one out. He's going to shove from the small. Nice to have you with us as well, Kamikaze Boogie. Hope you're keeping well on this Monday evening, sir. Monday night now at this stage. Very close to 9 p.m. at the King's Resort. Piece for both players here. Flush draw for Martin. Second pair for Kasim. Turn is the 10 of hearts. Pair and a flush draw for Martin. 1.5 million is the bet. 1.5 million is the call. 5.5 million in the pot. River is the 4 of spades. Not much has changed here. Top 2, close and chips. Bottom 2, close and chips. Still 4 remaining. UA game, raising the mill. King, Queen of Hearts. Kasim calling in the big. Jack 5 off suit. UA betting 1.5 mil. Going to take this one down on the ace, queen, 10, deuce board. Swima, good equity on this board. UA game in the lead. Decent backdoor equity and a good shot straight draw. UA Game's going to get the job done here. The second barrel. Martin betting 900k here with King 7 of Hearts on Ace 7 Deuce, and Kasim with top pair. Decent kicker is going to call, of course, on the button. 5.5 million in the pot now. Swima deliberating, but clearly can't continue. We are set to see a turn. See him taking it down. Taking it away from his opponent. The king, 7 of hearts, not going to be able to continue. Jaxie says he preferred to see UA opening all buttons at this stage. There has been a lull in the action. Now, there has been some big pots, but perhaps it's just because we had so much action. 9, 8, 7, 6, 5 handed, and now we're 4-handed. Although that should mean the opposite, because we're short-handed, we'd be seeing more action. The 4 players remaining know what's at stake here. They've secured that ticket, but it doesn't mean that they're going to give away their chips lightly. We lost some big characters that were in the field. But I see what you're saying. You prefer to see the chip leader open more hands. It's not really his style. He just has other ways of accumulating chips. He's a hard guy to figure out, UA game. I will say this, if he thinks he can get you to fold a hand, he will keep applying the pressure. But for the most part, he tends to have it. Martin with the min. UA game with the call. Martin McQueen 10. UA game with 8-6 offsuit. Jaxie says he's had many runs with him over the years in Kings on the felt. I forgot how many times you've been there, Jaxie. Like, I remembered you were from around the Midlands, and then you told me it was Navan. I'm obviously a big fan of Tommy Tiernan. I probably told you that before. Like Hector as well, but I wouldn't know much about his stand-up compared to Tommy Tiernan. But yeah, I've forgotten how many times you'd been at Kings, and you are well used to the players. It's great to have this kind of info. 10-8 going for the rip, and Swima not going to be able to stack it off with the Jack-8 off suit. I love that blue felt, by the way. I love that. Obviously, being from Ireland, I like the colour green, but that midnight blue and the baby blue is beautiful together. Jaxie says he lives 2.5 hours away from Kings with small kids now. It's a lot harder to get away. Yeah, I remember you saying something. You mustn't be too far away from Prague then. I lived in Berlin for 18 months. I'm pretty sure I mentioned that to you before. Maybe I should stop banging my head and remember conversations that I had, even if they were 6 months ago. I don't think I've got too many bangs to the head left, if you want to know the truth. Swima ripping from the small for 13 bigs. Martin deliberating, but won't be calling with the Queen 5 off suit. Let's it go. Yeah, that's it, Jaxie. I'm only short of wearing a hard hat to work to casinos or going to the pub or whatever. I may have to wear a hard hat to these weddings. Blinds are up there. 300k is now your small blind. 600k is now your big blind. With a 600k running big blind ante, that's 300, 600, 600. Leash, Jaxie, the Midlands, not quite at Lone, no, very close to Port Leash. Smack bang in the middle of the country. Kasim going for a very large open here with ace-jack offsuit. I don't like these 3.5x opens. Not going to get much action. Yes, you'll steal the blinds and antes successfully the majority of the time, but for us that want action on this channel, we're not going to see as many flops and drops. Martin completing and Kasim bumping it up to 2 million, and Martin wants to see a flop. Interesting. Thought he might just fold for 1.4 million more, but wants to see a flop with Kasim. They're playing very even stacks. 4.6 million in the middle and 3, 4, 5, 2 spades, fee 5 fum. 1.2 million is the bet, and I think Martin might have to call this one for this sizing. Well, that's another way. Bump it up. If Martin's playing his hand this way, he wants to play pretty aggressively if the run out is good, because Kasim will continue here with some ace-x type hands. Turn is the 5 of spades, and he has straight blocker with the 7 of clubs, but that spade pairing the board, really not a great turn card for him to continue on. 12.2 million in this pot. Stack to pot ratio basically 1-to-1. A little bit less because Kasim only has 10.6 behind. Oh, looks like he's going for a bet of about 4 mil. This is interesting. I expect it to be just a situation where he would shove or give up. Going for a bet of 4 mil is also another way to get the job done here. Interesting hand developing. Well, it already was an interesting hand. It's even more interesting now with a 4 million bet, leaving 8.8 million behind. But Kasim, if he calls this, would only have 6.6 behind, which would be 11 bigs, so he gets the job done. Another great play by Martin. Said this already, but Martin, the hometown hero at the moment, has played very well. Impressed me on a few occasions now. $1.2 million is the raise from Martin. Suima going for it from the big blind, and ooh, this is interesting. I think it might just be a little bit too much for Martin to call off here, considering he just got those chips. But Queen 9 suited going to play very well in an all-in situation. I just think ICM, this is going to make it a fold, but god damn, it's close. It's 11 bigs total, and we already have 2 bigs in there. 9 bigs more, and we're playing 40 bigs. So if he called and lost, he would still have 30 bigs. It might just be 1 or 2 bigs too many here. Interesting to see what you think about this one in the chat. Perhaps he wants to gamble. It's amazing to see how far ahead he is here. And if you think Swima is tilted after last hand, I think this becomes a hell of a lot closer. You don't want to double up your opponent, though, after just taking a chunk of their chips. In my opinion, with the pay jumps the way they are, this is about as close as it gets. Any more, we can just fold. Any less, we're calling. I like that fold from Martin. Swima indicating that he had a bigger hand than Queen 9. Oh, I don't know. If I have more chips, I think I just call as well. Don't want to give up nearly 10 bigs, four-handed. It's worth so much money. I'd say a lot of you in the chat would lean towards folding in that exact situation. But stranger things have happened at final tables. I could have easily seen a call there. Average stack 30 bigs. Ace King with the rejam. Swima going for the min from the small blind with King 7 suited. I would prefer to just complete that one or just straight up jam. Going for that min raise. Enticing to jam. Obviously we can see that Martin has it on this occasion. Jaxie took the words right out of my mouth there, Jaxie. Martin is your tip to take it down. He has made the best decisions all evening. I couldn't agree more. I like this man's jumper though. I would nearly buy that myself. It's deadly. I like the colours. I like the strings. On a side note, Ace King taking that one down. Martin would probably be my favourite to take this one down. Take down this title with 4 remaining, but all 4 worthy champions at this stage have got this far, and you can't write off the most experienced player at this table. Of course, it's UA Game, and he still has the chip lead. Although, maybe it's been overtaken there. It's basically dead even. Maybe a couple of pink chips in between them. Okay, 3 mil in the difference or so. Which is nothing considering they're posting that big blind, the big blind ante, every hand or two. Every couple of hands anyway. Not forgetting about the small blind. Martin takes another one down. The ace-10 taking that last hand down, and now Swima. He's got the A-balls. This is where min raise and my hands like King-7 suited plays into your advantage. He gets to do it with aces then. Price is in Martin with just 5 high. Swima taking that one last hand down with the aces, and now with the ace-8. Trips for Swima. That's 1.2 mil. And I do not like a continue here from Kasim. Just has 10-6 off suit. Out of position. Going to get blown off his hand way too often to make this profitable. Turn is the deuce of clubs, and now Swima just wants to bet an amount that would set up a river jam. He could just bet something like around 1.7 mil, something around that area. Goes for 1.8. This is excellent from Swima in terms of his sizing. Kasim gets out of the way, but just looking a bit dejected there. I mean, if he's going to play 10-6 off suit there and he thinks he can get his opponent to fold, then why not check raise himself? Rep an 8, rep a jack, rep a draw. Well, not rep a draw, but if he had a hand like 9-10, something like that, he might want to play for it. He's got a 10 blocker for a straight draw, which is a card that he would want his opponent to be barreling. So it just doesn't make much sense to continue there with just 10-6 off suit. But raise to 1.7 mil, and Martin is going to call. And on 8-8-5-4 with 7 mil in the pot. Stack to pot ratio is 1-to-1. Kasim is going to continue barreling with just deuces. Two little duckies. And Martin going to be going nowhere yet. He's got a good shot straight draw. He's got straight blockers. He's going to have the best hand the majority of the time. And it looks like Kasim is done with this hand and only has 3.2 million behind, so no harm in... Whoa! He's going to call it off. Wow. He just looked tired, didn't he? Dejected and defeated. Kasim calls it off. Now, granted, he didn't have much behind, but Deuce is not going to be doing too well on that board on 8-8-5-4-3. The heart comes in on the river and everything. And Martin, who has played out of his socks, more so than anyone at this final table, I think it's fair to say at this point, finds himself three-handed with 33 and a third million chipolatas, which is good for over 50 bigs currently. I like this guy's presence. Very stoic, very calm, collected individual, and that's what you want at this late stage. Finds himself in contention with a podium finish. Three-handed for this Dutch Classics main event title. UA looking very tired as well, it has to be said, and Swima back with 20 bigs, basically, give or take. So suddenly, all momentum shifting in Martin's direction. Martin raising to 3 million here. Sniffing out weakness from Swima. Swima putting himself in these spots a lot, blind v blind. He's out of position against a very tough player, it seems. So Martin's going to deny his opponent equity. Lovely stuff from Martin. Takes another one down. Swima can't continue. Now, you could make the argument that you want to let Swima keep barreling into you, especially when you're in position. But he just feels like there's going to be too many bad rivers, and he wants the info now, so decides to raise. Well, I don't know if this Martin Kucera is an online player or a cash game player. Only 20k on his Hendon mob in cashes in live tournament earnings, but his play is indicative of someone that has a lot of experience from what I've seen so far today. Great to see. What's going on here? Martin continuing UA game on a call. That's a fantastic barreling card for Martin. Wants to go for a sizing of about 4 mil, I think, here. And that's going to be enough to get UA game to fold the best hand. And Martin is now playing over 40 million in chips. Jaxie with the biggest compliment of all time there, saying he's a young red baron online. A new wave. It's going to be very hard to take him out from here. He's got so much chips now. Jaxie says, you can see he's been in the lab. Bet size and the positional play is on cue. Yeah, I tend to agree with you there. He still has to get past that man there, Sin City, UA game. And Swima has spun his stack a few times at this FT. He had a lot of chips at one stage. I wouldn't be writing him off just yet. Here we go. UA game. Betting 1.5. Martin checks. Wasn't sure what UA game was doing there. Was he betting or checking? But he does check. And now 6.3 million in the middle. Both players checking on the river. Martin will win another pot. And a rare smile from UA game. A lot of commotion in the background. It's Monday night at King's. Never too far from a party on a Monday. Some local bar opens as well until the early hours of the morning. Suptic. I'm sure they're having a few. Why not? They will be preparing for all the Italianos arriving in force this week. And craps table is 20 feet away, says Jaxie. Yeah, it's very close. And Slajo says under or over on how many people in the casino at the moment know which day it is. Well, sure, that's it. Endless amounts of action, whatever your heart desires at the King's Resort in Rosvedov. Be there or be a triangle. Here we go, Martin on the button. Very interesting to see UA game fold a hand as strong as King 10 offsuit, three-handed in the small blind there. He's just very tired, clearly. Because that's a hand he wants to be V-pipping with, whether it's a call or a 3-bet. And I don't think Swima is getting away with this one. Martin going to be calling this. And this is a golden opportunity for Martin to eliminate Swima and go heads up against UA game for the title. It's not done yet though. Swima with 36% equity to double back up to 15.5 million. Just 2 kings left at Kings. Turn gives him a flush draw. It's never easy. Now 11 outs, guys. 26% for Swima to double up. River is the 8 of hearts, and Matter Swima has been eliminated in 3rd place. GG, sir. Unlucky in the end. Fantastic payday. €19,000 and a 10k ticket to the World Series of Poker Europe. That means we are going to go heads up for this title. All momentum shifting in that man's direction right there. We're going to go on a 5-minute break and get this heads up battle started for you. 86 Bigs is going to play 34. We'll be right back.
Okay?
You could maybe put some mayo on the wheel, Henry. Just, you know, to take the heat off of pizza.
Let's just, you know, ease our way into the booth.
Pocket sixes. Let's see how the German eases his way into this one. $160. Min raise here with the blinds at 40, 80, and 80.
Yeah, we do have about 10 minutes left on this level. So we worked our way down the final two tables, Vela, Italian, currently 14th in chips. Just going to proceed with caution by the looks of things. Comes with the defend.
Uh-oh. Top pair against bottom set. Monotone texture, though, could keep Vela from losing more.
Yeah, the saving grace here is these 3 diamonds on board for Vela. Could have been absolute showers, because it does mean that Poodle's going to continue for a smaller sizing rather than a larger one. Say it was like a Queen Jack 6 two-tone.
Another 200 into the middle after the check call of 100K. Very dry turn card now. The type that rates to keep ace-queen very involved.
Wow, it's gone pretty big, 5-10. Trying to get all of the money in on the river.
Also trying to make sure that those diamonds are going to pay a hefty price if they want to see a river.
Sure, but I feel like this size actually gives the Italian an option to escape this setup when we bomb 5-10. It feels like he's playing the strength of his hand rather than targeting specific parts of his opponent's range. You know, like this bet size, for example, just folds out all Jack X. It folds out a lot of the Queen X. And those are hands that we should be trying to get value from, right? Feel like we could have sized closer to half pot. But what do I know? Because he's getting paid.
That he is. As another million plus suddenly finds its way into the middle. You see the heart swallow there from Poodle. He's okay with red cards as long as they're hearts. And that 8 doesn't look very scary.
But maybe it's like, okay, now I want to target one pair hands.
$1.2 million. This is a big chunk of the 2 million back.
It's grim.
Vela.
It's grim because of how under-repped we are. I mean, he's flat called pre off of 30 big blinds. Oh, he's looked him up. 4 million chip pot for Poodle. And Vela down to dust, Ali.
Alright, folks, we've got deadly heads-up battle commencing here. 84 bigs playing 35. Still a lot of playability in this one. Both players have locked up a sizable amount of money already. Minimum of €27,000. Not forgetting that 10k ticket. Big heads-up battle here, though. The winner taking home €46,200.
Max, 10 3 защищаем разные. 10 3 разные. Да?
It'll be tough to beat Martin now. Everything has gone his way there for a while. And obviously we're very used to UA game, but I think get used to seeing this man around the town. Martin Cusera playing so well. Finds himself heads up for the Dutch Classics main event title. 2 pair for UA. $5 million is the bet on the river here from UA. And Martin's not going to be able to continue. And that's a straight up stutter step from Martin. That's a terrible hand to be calling on the river, considering that run out. A heart coming in, straight coming in. You're only as good as your last hand, lads. UA game playing close to 30 million now. I just don't think UA game is bluffing in that situation. Just way too many hands to beat us. Martin betting with the flush draw on ace-6-3, takes that one down. Who's still with me for the conclusion of the Dutch Classics main event in the Action Army on Twitch, Poker Room Kings. See nearly 500 of you tuning in on YouTube as well. Let's put a ribbon on this thing. Crown one of these as your champion. Ace 9 3 ace. Jeffries, 2 black jacks for UA, betting 1.2 million on this turn. Martin is going to bite with just his queen high. See a river, 6.6 million out there up for grabs. River is the 8 of clubs. UA game betting 7 million. And suddenly there's only 10 million separating them. Yes, it's still the guts of 20 bigs, but good start for UA after the break. And Jaxie says he agrees. He thinks the call was to receive information on his live tells. Expensive as it was, it could well bear fruit. That's something I didn't really take into consideration because I would have thought you would have a read on him by now. I don't think you need to pay him 5 mil in that spot. And I will say this from studying and commentating and analysing and hosting that like UA does not give away much. There is obviously poker tells to be gained from every player in the world, but he's good at concealing. UA with an open ender. Martin just 7 high. We've bet a 2 mil and a call. Six of hearts hits the turn. $5 million is the bet from Martin, picking up an open ender on the turn. I don't think this is going to be enough to get UA to fold. UA is in position as well. Ooh, UA just decides to give it up. Martin getting UA to fold a ton of equity. Good timing for that song. The jackpot has been hit. Someone is a rich little puppy on this Monday evening at King's. Be an ideal time to win 18,000 euro. Or thereabouts, more than 15, less than 20, usually. Well, that's what I saw every time when I was over there. I think it's the Clover jackpot. Lucky Clover. Sure, why not? Just 18,000. Good start to your week. Tell me why. It's Monday. I'll tell you why. 18,000 euro. How'd you like them apples? UA taking that one down, adding some more pink chips. $70 bigs playing 50, 42.2 million for Martin now. Jaxie thinks it's shaping up for a long one. I'd say somewhere in between, Jaxie, because both players are on the aggressive side of things, and although they are quite deep, it depends how much UA game wants to get involved with some of the bigger pots. His head doesn't seem to be fully in it at times. Martin takes that one down with the 9-7 with the C bet. I think that was a lead. Actually says he thinks I'm right. Oh, I love being told I'm right. Joking. Fatigue will force him to flip against a better player. Someone's looking for help. Helfa! What can we help you with there, Dal Derist? Exclamation help in the chat. UA with an ace on the button here, ace 4. Not to be mistaken with aces. Jaxie asks, what's the crack with Finton? Is he still in action over there? No, he's absolutely destroying Ireland with poker. The Irish Poker Tour and Championship is just huge. It's massive, unprecedented in Ireland. I think it's about 40 weekends of the year now at this stage. Could be even more. Like I told you, Jaxie, I just filled in for him one night when he wasn't able to do the comms, and the rest was history. Martin 3-betting to 6 mil, pocket sixes.
He blinds 400, 800.
Takes that one down. Jack, Jack, 3. Martin betting 1.3 million with the best of it here. UA wants to see a turn with just queen high. Ace of diamonds hits the turn, goes check, check. Martin betting 1.8 mil on the river, trying to get external value. It seems UA looks like he's going to pay him off with just queen high, unless he's turning his hand into a bluff. No, he's not. Just going to call. And Martin eking out value here for a 10 mil pot. Axie says he was going to do it himself, even the German stream, but with the childer, it's a tough sell. Yeah, it's a tough sell with a howling dog, a howling puppy for me. So I can only imagine when you've got a few childers running around the place, a few bambinos. Bam, bam. But the cherubs don't quit at half time either. All day, every day, I'd imagine. I've got nephews that to be flying around the place here on Mondays sometimes, and I have to be like, do not go near the stairs. Actually likes the phrase external value. Yeah. Chalk it down. UA taking that one down there with a 3-bet. He looks so tired. When you're that tired, it's so difficult, but when you're playing for this kind of money, you've just got to keep going. How bad do you want it? I'd like to give a big shout out to everyone who's been chiming in with whatever comments it was, keeping the stream going, keeping the chat going, keeping me entertained as well, you know. Doesn't go unnoticed. A big shout out to the moderators, of course. Always helping me do my job to the best of my ability. If you like what you see, give us a like, subscribe, and a follow. You know the drill by now. We're on all the usual social media platforms. Find out additional information about the resort itself on the website www.kingsresort.com. And this looks like a board UA game might see bet here, even though he could check back considering he's got spades in his hand. $3.5 million is the bet, and Martin is going to call. This pot's getting huge now. Oh, wow. Check. Check. River is the 6 of spades. And if you're Martin, do you ever just go for the lot here? I don't know what you could be repping. Like, a missed draw, like Jack 9, Jack 10, backdoor clubs that missed. It is over pot. Maybe it's a bit greedy. This, if it's not it, it's going to put a serious dent in his stack. 10 million is the bet. And what happened there? It's over. I didn't think he had that much, but behind, I thought it looked like he had less there in the end. Sorry, it's a bit confusing. He bet 10 million, but he must have said all in on top of it or something, because that is it. GG, folks. UA game, very strong competitor, comes second. But the hometown hero from the Czech Republic, Martin Kucera, is your Dutch Classics main event champion. We've done it again, crowned another champ, very worthy indeed. I'm going to let him enjoy the glory and this moment with his friends and family. €46,200, an amazing result for him. Okay, folks. For now, I'm going to say my goodbyes. I'm going to be back next weekend for the Italian poker sport. 1 million guarantee. Catch me if you can. I've been Action Man Dan. Good night.